in our own Portuguese permanent representation. And in order to do that, we have a wonderful opening panel. And we have the honor of having with us a distinguished set of speakers, namely, and I will thank mostly the Ambassador Manuela Teixeira Pinto, who is here also to provide us with some context for this discussion, a very short context on the political context of and what we should take in mind henceforth. Also, and I'm going to start calling one by one, if you don't mind, to sit in the sofas. We will have Bertrand Bouchet, who is also the RITIFI project, our partners in the organization of this event. RITIFI is the Research Infrastructures and Technology Infrastructures for Impact project, a project funded by RIs in Europe, coordinated by CEA, Commission d'Énergie Atomique et Énergie Renouvelable. And we also have with us José Caldeira, because our colleague and the chair of the management committee of the INESC Brussels Hub could not, unfortunately, be here for the opening. She's arriving. There was a problem with the flight, as it happens. So we have with us the vice chair of the management committee and member of the board of INESC Tech, José Caldeira, who is also a very experienced and founder of this initiative. And last but not least, we have Arlindo Oliveira, the president of INESC Holding, and Raquel Sequeira, trade and investment officer of ICEP, in the substitution of Rui Paulo Almas, who is a director for Benelux. So without further ado, the floor is yours. I will call Ambassador Manuela Teixeira Pinto to start with the address.
Okay. Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so thank you so much for being here. I would like to start by thanking you for organizing this event again. So it has been a success always, so I am very sure it will be again this year. So I would like also to address more formally Professor Arlindo Oliveira, President of INESC Holding, and members of the opening session and the co-organizers of this event, representatives of INESC institutes, distinguished panelists and participants from the European Commission, Research and Technology Infrastructures and Industry, ladies and gentlemen. So I will be quite brief in these opening remarks. I will try to stick to the points that I was asked to, in order to allow you then to exchange more between you. Let me just say that it is really a pleasure to have all of you here in the permanent representation of Portugal at a time where we are all facing deep transitions which affect priorities, policies and funding instruments all over in the EU, but also abroad. Moreover, we also see more and more science denial movements, so these also reinforce the need for all of us to defend science and knowledge in all fields. I also would like to say that here in the permanent representation, so I am serving Portugal as deputy permanent representative to the EU, and so like that I deal with a lot of issues that rise from transport, energy, education, agriculture, innovation space, so there's a wide range of issues, and in all of these areas we see that research and development has a very big role to play, especially when we look at all the challenges that we have to face in these green, digital and green transitions. But so let me focus now on the topic that we are addressing here today. So knowledge valorization, the role of technology and research infrastructures. As you know, in December last year, the EU research ministers adopted a recommendation on guiding principles for knowledge valorization. These principles relate to strategic initiatives aimed at all categories of actors involved in research and innovation activities. They refer specifically to research and technology infrastructures and other facilities and networks supporting research and innovation activities. These activities are reflecting the implementation of the research and innovation policy agenda in the context of the European research area, the ERA, where the EU is pursuing several actions, the ERA actions. And I would like to pick two of these actions, which are, in our view, relevant for our discussions here today. And these two specific actions should be seen together. So the first one refers to strengthening sustainability, accessibility, and resilience of research infrastructures. And the second one refers to accelerating the green and digital transition of Europe's key industrial ecosystems, where the role of technology infrastructures is recognized as a key driver of new knowledge. In both, the role of infrastructures in knowledge management, valorization, and innovation is fully recognized, and I am sure, as I said in the beginning, you will discuss these issues at length during today's event. One point that I think is very important is, of course, that research and technology infrastructures cannot be seen and cannot work in isolation. They require stronger synergies among research industry interface agents for a sounder uptake of knowledge by economy and by society. I also would like to say that we will discuss this challenge in November in Portugal at an event organized in cooperation with the European Commission. We have the intention to bring together representatives from higher education institutes, research organizations, industry, intermediary organizations, and decision makers with the aim to discuss all these challenges, but also the opportunities in knowledge valorization and explore collaborative actions and initiatives among all. You will receive more information in due course related to this event. So I will just conclude now by encouraging you to keep up your excellent work. As I have told you, unfortunately, I cannot stay very long because I have just another meeting after this one. But well, I am sure you will have very fruitful discussions that will make this agenda more real and more important and meaningful for all of us. So thank you so much, and then you will proceed with the event.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ambassador, and thank you for giving us the privilege of this first-hand news about the event in Portugal, also which organized with the European Commission on knowledge valorization, and that is absolutely crucial, and count with INESC to collaborate in any way that you need. I will now ask, please, Bertrand to come to address the opening in name of the RITIFI project. Thank you very much, Bertrand, colleague here in Brussels and in many other adventures that we have been following.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Thank you to the permanent representation of Portugal. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to talk about this issue of research infrastructures and technology infrastructure and knowledge valorization. It's exactly the focus of our project called RITIFI, which stands for Research Infrastructure and Technology Infrastructure for Impact, with 14 partners, including INESC. So once again, it's a very welcome and relevant opportunity to focus your event on this topic. Before I try to give you a short description of the project, I would like to come back on why we are so interested in this topic today at CEA, but also INESC and other partners like RTOs and research infrastructure partners in the project. We consider that Europe has done a lot over the last 20 years to create and support a European policy on research infrastructures with ESFRI, which had its 20th anniversary last year. And so we can consider that today there is a European-wide policy on research infrastructure, which is very important. But from our view of research and technology organization, we think there is a missing link in the knowledge and innovation value chain from, I would say, basic research to innovation and industrial transfer to industry. And one of these missing elements is what we call technology infrastructures. Basically, I mean, what is the difference? It's one of the objects of the project to try and define, fine-tune the differences and commonalities between research and technology infrastructure. But our basic view is that research infrastructures are meant essentially to produce excellent knowledge. And so they are more designed as a tool to basic research communities, whereas technology infrastructures are higher up in the tier chain, I would say, and they are meant to make possible the collaboration and the work between public research and industry to organize the transfer from lab to fab, which is a weakness, as we all know, of European, say, innovation landscape. So this is why we were very happy to see that the Commission decided to support coordination and support action. We applied together with 14 partners, and our view is that, of course, as the distinction I made between research and technology infrastructure is rather theoretical. We know that in research infrastructure, there are also elements of collaboration with industry, and in technology infrastructure, you also produce knowledge. But the thing is that these are still different kind of objects, and there is no policy at European level for technology infrastructure. So our aim with the RITIFI project basically is to structure and strengthen the integration of a European landscape of research and technology infrastructure by studying both differences and synergies between these two classes or types of objects. What we are trying to do with this project, which will last 30 months, is to stimulate collaboration between RIs and TIs, research infrastructure and technology infrastructure, to try and define or understand what could be a common framework for that, to provide some guidelines to strengthen the visibility of these infrastructure for, I would say, external users, in particular SMEs, and organize pan-European networks between research and technology infrastructures. Try to develop some governance model for better integration of RIs and TIs at EU level, and provide an analysis of landscape of these different types of infrastructure, probably according to different sectors, because it's one of the differences maybe between research and technology infrastructure. Research infrastructure are organized around, I would say, scientific disciplines, whereas technology infrastructure are more connected to, I would say, industrial sectors, like hydrogen, like semiconductors. So you have to think about a way to analyze the landscape and then try to set some priorities in what are the investments needed at EU level to cover what is missing to make this infrastructure an instrument to reach our policy levels or objectives in terms of green transition, digital transition. To do so with these objectives, what we are, what are the action that we will take? First, try, once again, as I said, to work on the better definition of the concepts of both research infrastructures and technology infrastructures, and try to apply this analysis to some pre-selected area on which we will make some case studies. So biomedical research, clean hydrogen, circular material economy, particle physics, and microelectronics would be these 5 topics which shows to perform case studies. And these case studies, they would basically lead to a landscape analysis, as I said, try to define and identify what is the business model or economic model of this infrastructure, because as you know, a research or technology infrastructure is a heavy investment to build the infrastructure, but then it's also a large cost to operate So you need to have a model which gives you sustainability, I would say, in both CapEx and OpEx for technology and research infrastructure. And then this could lead to some recommendations to policymakers to try and define and implement a European policy or priority plan for both research and technology infrastructure, which is something that has been already put into European Commission and even Council documents. The new ERA policy agenda, for example, mentions technology infrastructures. In the Council conclusions concerning the Pact for Innovation, I think it's end of 2021, there is a reference to technology infrastructure. So our objective, our ambition is to support this new ambition to complement the EU policy on research infrastructure by a more integrated approach covering also technology infrastructure. And maybe to conclude, I would say that there is something that's being done at the moment within this ERA policy agenda. Maybe you know this is organized around some actions between Commission and Member States. And one of the actions is dedicated to transition of industrial sectors. I don't remember the exact term, let me check my notes, but basically it's how can R&D support the transition of green and digital sectors. Part of this action is about what can we do for technology infrastructure, and we would like to be, I would say, an element of this reflection that's being done at Commission and Member States levels. The last point is that at the moment, there is a draft regulation discussed both at Council and Parliament about Net Zero Industry Act. You certainly have also heard about this, trying to have a European response to the Inflation Reduction Act of the United States to ensure that the strategic industrial sectors we need for reaching net zero by 2050 will be led by a strong European industry. What we think is to do that, you need to integrate or have a coherence between your industrial policy and your R&D policy. And the best way to ensure this coherence or this integration is to rely on the full coverage of the value chain from research, basic research, to technology infrastructure that can help you make the transfer from laboratory to the industry, and then produce at industrial scale the hydrogen electrolyzer, the batteries you need. But if you want to reach ambitious objectives in terms of industrial policy, you need to rely on an effort on R&D, and technology infrastructure are the tool to make the link between these two. So this is what we try to achieve with RITIFI, which would be a first step, and we hope that it will serve the objective of the EU Commission and Member States to try and define a comprehensive policy on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bertrand.
Thank you so much. You not only described the RITIFI project, but touched upon many of the very, very important aspects of the non-linear relation and organization of innovation ecosystems, local, national, and across borders, which is also an issue that we have to analyze. You know, what is the reach of our infrastructures? How do they fit in sectors and value chains? That's why we have specific thematic areas that we're going to address this afternoon as well, to try to understand how those ecosystems can be organized, how can RIs and TIs complement each other, etc. Next up on the agenda is José Caldeira, who, as I mentioned before, is a member of the board of INESC Tech and vice chair of the INESC Brussels Hub. José Carlos, thank you.
Ambassador, dear colleagues from INESC, dear guests from the Commission, dear speakers, good morning to you all. Thank you very much for being here also. From my side, there are two very short notes and a video to help pass the message also. So very short note about the INESC Hub. This is an event organized by the Hub. For the INESC, the internationalization strategy is a very important component. And naturally, the European dimension of that strategy is also quite important. And for us, the Hub is a key pillar on that strategy. It was a big step that the organization decided to take some years ago. We are still in our, especially considering that there was a pandemic in between, we are still in the development stage of this project. But the results are already quite good, and we are very convinced that this will be a very, very strong bet from our organization with a very, very big impact, both in terms of our role as an organization to contribute and to influence to the European dimension of the policies, but also to increase the capacitation of our researchers to participate in the European initiatives and programs, but also to take full advantage of these investments done at European level and bring these technologies to our country, to our industries, to help the development of the country, and of course also to contribute to the development of Europe as a whole. So this is the first note I'd like to give you. The second one is about INESC, knowledge organization and research and technology infrastructure. So as you know, INESC Tech is what we can call an RTO organization, but the different INESC organizations, they have a really good coverage of, I would say, almost all the innovation cycle. So inside INESC, you have some infrastructures that we can call them, according to your definition, as a research infrastructures. And we have other infrastructures that we can call as a technology infrastructure. So we have, I would say, a good knowledge about both types of infrastructures. And I have to agree with you, although they are overlapping some functions, they are reasonably different in terms of mission, objective, scope, type of activities. And it's important that we discuss how we can combine them together to ensure this full coverage of the innovation cycle. But as I said, from that point of view, INESC I think it's a good organization because we have this understanding of the two types of infrastructures. And we have a big, apart from investment in knowledge creation, of course, as a research organization, a significant part of our effort is also make sure that this research investment actually has an impact into the market, and that we are working into different application sectors, industry, health, public administration, agro-food. So we cover different sectors, and making sure that what we do in terms of research goes to the market has an impact. And also dealing with something that is becoming more and more important in our times, which is a combination and an alignment of what is the technological development and also the education and training activities. Because if we don't combine these two dimensions, and it's not only the new young students, the education and training of the new young students, also the education and training of the people that are already in the companies. If we don't combine these two processes, we may end up with, as we have, for example, today in the digital area, where we have a lot of technologies, a lot of investments, and if you ask every company what is the main barrier today for a faster and a deeper penetration of digital technology, they will tell you it's a lack of skilled people. So we have to bring these two components together, and I believe from our experience that, again, research and the technology infrastructures can play a major role in bringing together, combining these two activities, the knowledge, the development, and also the education and training. But to make it a bit more clear, and also to the benefit of those that don't know INESC, I will end up my presentation with a short video that somehow illustrates what we do, and also a little bit how we do it in terms of this coverage of the innovation cycle. So thank you very much for your attention, and please bear with me these 4 minutes with this short presentation video. Thank you.
How do we take advanced sciences and technologies from the laboratories and bring them into the world where they will have societal and economic impact? How can we use our expertise to better serve our local communities, our country, Europe and the world? These are challenges that inform our work every day. INESC is its people. We have more than 2,000 researchers, technical and administrative collaborators from more than 40 nationalities. As the largest research and technology organisation in Portugal, INESC is formed by 5 institutions with research and innovation centres spread across the country. With strong links to the academic world, INESC transfers hundreds of professionals every year to the market. Our R&D goes from fundamental research and knowledge production to bringing innovative technology to the market. Thanks to the development of innovative solutions, INESC has also strong link with industry, not only supporting companies, but also stimulating new businesses and the emergence of spin-offs, startups, and strongly contributing to Portugal's thriving science-based innovation capacity and beyond. Research, development and innovation at INESC addresses global and European challenges. And we walk the talk. From our headquarters in Portugal to our offices and labs in Belgium, Brazil, as well as strong collaborations across Africa, Asia and the United States. We are deeply committed to supporting sustainable development and the green and digital transition of the economy through the development of more efficient and sustainable power and energy systems, rethinking energy production and consumption, integrating energy grids across Europe, developing smart mobility solutions, and energy-efficient buildings. Advanced precision agriculture technologies, food and forestry management and support systems at the heart of a sustainable future and the Green Deal. State-of-the-art health technologies for better disease prevention, diagnostics and treatment. Human-centered solutions for a new generation of industrial production with business and manufacturing intelligence, seamless governance of supply chains, integrating robotics and intelligent sensing in operations, and a worldwide recognized R&I activity in magneto-resistive sensors. We strive to create and maintain secure societies, keeping citizens and organizations safe in everyday life. We develop initiatives for increased cybersecurity awareness and solutions for detection and analysis of incidents based on advanced cryptography. We observe, explore and operate in the deep sea in a sustained way, using autonomous systems to empower the sea economy through sustainable approaches for exploring and exploiting living and non-living ocean resources. We bring public administration closer to all citizens, empower people and institutions through digital solutions for an effective, well-informed and seamless public administration. Innovation is key to INESC. And innovation is key to tackling the increasingly urgent societal challenges we are facing. At INESC, our goal is to explore the limits of knowledge to create technologies and systems for a better future. Together, we innovate. We are INESC.
So thank you for bearing with us, and I hope you enjoyed this short video. It's only 4 minutes, and it demonstrates the actually very amazing capacity that exists in Portugal and at INESC as a whole. And to complement this, I would like to call upon the president of the holding, Arlindo Oliveira, for a short address on the topic of today. So thank you, Arlindo, for being here with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ricardo. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here. My mission here is very much simplified by the fact that you heard about INESC, about the group, about what you do. Nonetheless, I'd like to say a few words about what is our role, I think, and what difference we make. First of all, thank you for the organization of this event. Thank you for José Caldeira, who is the mastermind behind this idea that INESC should have a point here in Brussels to make our institution known to Europe and to the world, and of course to all the people that have worked in this project since it was created a few years ago. You have already seen what INESC is. INESC was created 40 years ago by 3 founders that are no longer in the active, although still participating in some events and help us in the strategic view. We have 5 institutions all over the country, in Lisbon, in Porto, in Coimbra, and you have seen they are here, that have been in the video. And we are the largest R&D institution in Portugal. Why is this important? Not being the largest in itself, but why is it important? One of the challenges that Portugal faces is the lack of productivity in general, in both standard activities, but also in R&D. We have more than 300 research and development institutions in Portugal, which is definitely too much for a country that has 10 million inhabitants. We are very creative in Portugal. That is not one of our limitations. Long-term planning is not our strong suit, but we are very creative. But what happens when you have this sort of fragmentation of the R&D system is that the researchers suffer. I mean, the researchers are less productive because they have to do everything in the value chain, right? They have to do the research, they have to do the teaching, they have to do the administrative jobs, they have to do the communication and so on. And the few large-scale institutions that exist in Portugal, of which INESC is the largest and I would say the most significant one, they make the difference because they enable researchers, they enable professors, they enable students and young researchers, senior researchers, all of them to be more productive because they can leverage on the installed infrastructures, on the administrative infrastructures, on the physical and the scientific infrastructures. And this makes the difference. And I think we should have more of these institutions in Portugal. We should have more of these institutions with critical mass in Portugal. I think this will make a significant difference. This will make a difference in making us able to have a stronger international impact. Interestingly enough, this is also true for the central topic of this, this meeting, which is research and technology infrastructure. For the same reason, they also have an important role in increasing the productivity of the research. Of course, some infrastructures you cannot live without, right? They're physical infrastructure. You cannot live without a spallation source. If you work with neutrons, you cannot live without a microelectronics production facility if you work with that. But there are other research infrastructures that are different. They are more virtual. They can be software infrastructures, virtual infrastructure, and so on. But they have the same role. They have the role of increasing the scale of the research that is done. They have the role of improving the way knowledge is exchanged within the infrastructure. I have extensive experience with the ELIX biological data infrastructure, and they make us stronger. So in the same way that large research institutions are important to make researchers more productive, infrastructures, technological and research infrastructures are fundamental to make researchers more productive. That's why we should have a clear strategy for them. That's why we should have funding for them, of course, but also a clear long-term vision, a clear long-term strategy for research and technology infrastructure. And it is with some pain that I say that we don't have this in Portugal. So hopefully we'll be able to learn from the strategies that exist. The best case is the the best working cases that work in Europe to learn and try to transport this to Portugal, because we are definitely lacking a medium and long-term strategy for research and technologies infrastructure in Portugal. There are a few examples, there are a few exceptions, a few good examples, but most of them we don't have this long-term vision. We certainly don't have the long-term funding, but I would not even hope for that, but at least have a clear vision, a clear medium-term, long-term vision for research infrastructures, and a settlement process in place that keeps the good ones and does not support the worst ones. And so therefore this meeting and anything that we can do to learn from the way infrastructures are managed in Europe, how they are managed by the Commission, and the Commission may have many problems, but certainly having a strategy, having a vision, having a medium and long-term vision is one of the things that I'm quite sure that we in Portugal can learn from Europe, and in particular can learn from what is being done and what has been done by the European Commission in this respect. So with this I finish. I won't take more of your time. With this, but basically the point is we need, in Portugal in particular, we need strong R&D institutions. INESC is one of them, and we need medium and long-term vision and strategy for research and development, but in particular for research and technology infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and last but not least, very important, our partners in the organization as well, and also supporting the industrialization and the internationalization of public and private entities. Raquel Sequeira, Trade and Investment Officer, for a short address to move before we move to the first panel. Thank you.
Thank you. As the last speaker, I will try not to take much of your time so we can start with the discussions. As Ricardo mentioned, my name is Raquel. I'm a Trade and Investment Officer here at ICEP Brussels. Rui, the Director of ICEP Benelux, cannot be here today, but he wishes good luck on the works ahead. ICEP is the Portuguese Trade and Investment Agency. We are headquartered in Porto and we have our main offices in Lisbon. We are a government business entity with streamlined services, which are free of charge, and a global network of more than 60 offices in the world. And we have the mission of promoting Portuguese competitiveness in the world, particularly through the internationalization of Portuguese companies, and of course, gathering structural investments to Portugal. So we have a one-stop shop agency that follows the investment process of companies to Portugal from the first meeting until the materialization of the investment per se. So ICEP Brussels is located here in this building on the 7th floor, and the Embassy of Portugal to Belgium. And we actually cover 4 markets. So the Benelux, Belgium, Luxembourg, Netherlands, and as well the private sector within the EU. So anything that has to do with opportunities for funding for companies and other types of opportunities for the private sector, we follow that, of course, in close collaboration with the Perm Rep, which we have regular meetings with. So we have this sort of close partnership so that we can help companies as much as we can. I would like to congratulate Ricardo and INESC for this event, and I would like to particularly stress the advantage of having representation of INESC here in Brussels. It is a very important research and technology infrastructure that is very successful as well due to the excellent work that Ricardo does here, which we can clearly see by the results that INESC has been having here and the reputation that has been having here in Brussels. We view that as very important that institutions like these have a representation here, and it is one of our main goals as well to promote a more representation in Brussels from Portuguese institutions. We do understand, and I will touch a little bit more on innovation and as well as the role of innovation ecosystems, which have already been mentioned here. And we understand that innovation and internationalization are very closely linked now more than ever, and one cannot exist without the other. If we have more innovative companies in Portugal, we have companies that have the capacity to intervene and increase their presence internationally. They can become more competitive, not only in the internal market, but also internationally. And nowadays, this is the differentiation of companies that is done, is through their capacity to innovate and continuously innovate, not just innovate. And if they don't, they are most likely to fall behind. So we witness this a lot in the Benelux region, where there is a highly innovative region. We see by the EU ranks, they're very well placed in terms of innovation rankings, and it explains as well the success of these SMEs in these regions, not only in terms of exports, but also in investment. It is also important to stress the role of innovation ecosystems, and it is one thing that we work closely on and try to increase it, which means having a strong collaboration between universities, research centers, and the industry, of course. This linkage between these entities creates not only a strong research infrastructure, but a stronger innovation and a stronger internationalization and a stronger capacity in a country that is most likely to have more competitiveness, and so on and so forth. So we can see that this is a very important topic in the agendas through ICEP as well, and not just here, but also in Portuguese companies and companies around the world. Innovation has a big presence. And last but not least, INESC does this very, very well through their working programs, as well through their high quality talent and human resources, and of course their strategy not only in Portugal, but also here internationally. And just to conclude, we consider that these areas are very important to us, and we continue to support INESC in Benelux here throughout their projects in the region, because we do know that there are very opportunities for collaboration between Portugal and the regional entities and companies in the Benelux. So this is a priority topic to us that reflects on the economic and commercial relations between Portugal and the Benelux region, which these three countries are already very important commercial partners to Portugal. So I wish you good luck in your works ahead, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Raquel, for your very kind words. I'm sure I deserve them. I'm just a humble shepherd of the vision of my board. But I will not take any more of your time with introduction, but I think this was a fairly rich context. And I will please invite, I will now invite Simon Picard, the moderator of the first session, to join and start the first session with the group of speakers for this session as well. Dominik, Sobczak, not sure, do you want to come into the, yeah? Yeah, okay, so Simon will say a couple of words before and call the speakers to the stand. And Simon is one of the best and most experienced journalists here in Brussels. So thank you so much, and we're very happy to have you here.
Okay, thank you, Ricardo. Again, undeserving words. I should actually say I'm technically not a journalist.
Yeah, I know.
Well, but it's supposed to be here on behalf of Science Business. I imagine, perhaps in modesty, that many of you are familiar with the work that Science Business does. We're a very unusual entity in the Brussels R&I bubble. And European research and innovation more broadly, in that we are one of the only dedicated media platforms focusing on research and innovation policy. But we also run a 75-strong network of leading organizations, including INESC, DESI, CERN, other infrastructures, LEAPS as the association of the accelerator light sources. So we have a very unusual group, and what we do here in Brussels, beyond covering what goes on politically around R&I, is to try and bring people together for interesting discussions about latest policy developments and their broader implications for the world of science, tech, and innovation. So in that context, I'm very honored to be asked to moderate this opening panel discussion, which is going to focus on the policy context of knowledge valorization around research and technology infrastructures. So without any further delay, I'm going to invite our four esteemed panelists to come and join me up on stage. First of all, Dominik Sobczak, Deputy Head of Unit at the Industrial Research, Innovation and Investment Agenda, DGRTD of the Commission. Dominik, great to see you again. We go back many, many years when CSR was a very new thing in policy and research circles. Second, René Martins, who is with the Research Infrastructures and Open Science Unit in DG Research and Innovation, and also I think chair of the ESFRI Secretariat. David Holden, who is the Europe Coordinator of the Technology Division of CEUA, And last but by no means least, Maja Bucar is professor at the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia and a key figure in the Industry Research Infrastructures Cooperation Working Group with ESFRI. So we have a fairly simple format. We're going to have 4 short presentations from the panelists. We'll begin with the 2 representatives from the European Commission. We'll then take a quick pause and invite 1 or 2 clarifying questions or comments from you and the floor. We'll then move to David and Maja from the infrastructure perspective. And then we're going to open it up for a broader panel discussion and hopefully plenty of questions or comments from you, the audience. So without further ado, let me invite Dominik to take the stage first and give us some of your thoughts on knowledge valorization, strategic autonomy, and more. Thank you, Dominik.
Thank you very much, Simon. Good morning, everyone. Now that is probably detachable. Wonderful. That will be helpful. And I have the clicker. Can I just have it in the presentation mode? It will appear.
Can you, it's already on.
Okay. All right. Great. Wonderful. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Dominik Sobczak from the European Commission. I worked for quite a few years on research infrastructures, and very recently I moved to industrial research, innovation and investment agendas unit, which now covers also technology infrastructures. So what I would like to present to you briefly today is a bit of a broader context, a bit of a broader policy context of our work on knowledge valorization and the role of research and infrastructures and technology infrastructures in this process. And it links very well with the speakers from the introductory session. And I think that it's quite good news, and it's quite telling that without absolutely any coordination of our presentations, we'll have very similar views. So what I will do is first, with the policy context, I would give you some links to the main industrial or to the main documents at EU level that define the industrial policy and what role they attach to research and innovation. Then I will look a bit more into the detail of the, again, main policy documents that then define what we do in the field of research and innovation with particular focus on technology infrastructures and research infrastructures. Then I will go a bit more into the details of what we plan to do for technology infrastructures, as exactly as Maja Bucar said earlier, we see an important gap in the European approach to infrastructures, where for the moment and until now, for technology infrastructures, we haven't been able to do much, and we have quite an ambitious agenda. And finally, I will conclude with some more information about knowledge valorization and the guidelines that were adopted. So let's have a look at the context of industrial policy. So you are, I'm sure, very well familiar with all these different documents. But just to put for some order and for some context of the discussions and of the work that we plan to do on technology infrastructures, we have from 2020 updated in 2021 when the pandemic started, we have a new industrial strategy for Europe, which is clearly a response to the ambitious plan of the Green Deal, and it's our new growth strategy, where we have the ambition to become the climate neutral continent by 2050. And this is kind of a guiding line or a guiding thought that we have when we develop research and innovation policies as well. So, of course, industry needs to have a leading role in that, but importantly, it explicitly recognizes that we need to step up investment in research, innovation, deployment, and up-to-date infrastructures in order to be able to help that transition or these transitions. What is also useful to know, and this when you go into a bit of the details of what we can do and what we'll try to do to help research infrastructure and technology infrastructures support innovation and support industry, is the transition pathways. This is something which is maybe slightly less known. The Commission, together with stakeholders in 16 different industrial ecosystems, in 16 different broad sectors, worked, and the work is ongoing on some of them are already published, developed 16 transition pathways that define the way that each of these sectors, each of these ecosystems needs to transform in order to reach climate neutrality. In each of these pathways, actually research and innovation are recognized as very important components. And there are some specific information, there is some specific information in these transition pathways on what kind of research, what kind of
innovation, what kind of new technologies are actually needed. Then later on, already early this year, we published the document called the Green Deal Industrial Plan, which is a comprehensive plan for enhancing the competitiveness of Europe's net zero industry that should support fast transition to climate neutrality. Again, here, we also have a strong focus on the development and deployment of key cutting-edge technologies, which are strategic for the green and digital transitions. And this is exactly what was mentioned also earlier. This is where technology infrastructures and also research infrastructures can really help. Finally, it was mentioned that there is right now under discussion, so there's a Commission proposal for regulation called the Net Zero Industrial Act. And Raquel mentioned some of the issues that are covered by that. I will just point out here that here again, it is recognized that we need to create conditions for stronger research and innovation efforts to develop and deploy the net zero technologies. So now let's have a look at the policy context on the side of research and innovation. And again, I'm sure you're quite well familiar if you live a little bit within the research and innovation policy and the research innovation bubble in Europe. You are quite well familiar with these documents, so I will be quite brief. I will start actually quite early. I will start with the Bulgarian presidency in 2018, where Council conclusions on accelerating knowledge circulation in the EU already recognized the need that we need to ensure a more effective transfer of research and innovation to society and industry, in order also to maximize the impact of the investments that we make in research and innovation. And they did not recognize in 2018 technology infrastructure, but they did recognize research infrastructure as an essential role in advancement and circulation of knowledge. Then we jumped already to 2020 and the new European research area, with which we work right now, with the policy agenda, all the actions, and this is the more direct context of our work, current work on research infrastructures and technology infrastructures. And here just a few things that I took out from that are most relevant for our discussion, is that we need, according to the communication and council conclusions under the German presidency from 2020, it was recognized that we need additional efforts to translate Union's intellectual and scientific assets into new products and services that meet the societal demands. And so this clearly puts at the forefront not only knowledge creation, but also knowledge valorization. The communication also mentioned the need to develop common industrial technology roadmaps to support the implementation of the new industrial strategy. So that links directly to the industrial strategy that was published earlier in that year. And recognizes research infrastructures and technology infrastructures and research and technology organizations as very important partners in the preparation also of these roadmaps. And we've been through that process already, which I will mention later. We also recognize that infrastructures can make a significant contribution to innovation, all types of infrastructures, and that we need to strengthen the use of research infrastructures and for technological applications, and also that we need to develop European technology infrastructures to be able to deploy these innovations. Moving on, in the follow-up of that, there was a council recommendation, a pact called a Pact for Research and Innovation in Europe, and then you will see similar type of language recognizing the need to invest in the research and technology infrastructures and recognizing the role that they play in knowledge valorization. This pact included also 20 so-called actions of the first era policy agenda covering years 2022-2024. And these are the 20 actions. I will not go through all of them, obviously. 2 of them were already mentioned, or even 3 were mentioned by Ambassador Teixeira. For our discussion, the most relevant ones are Action 7, which is upgrading the EU guidance for a better knowledge valorization. Action 8, strengthening sustainability, accessibility, and resilience of research infrastructures in the era. And Action 12, accelerating the green and digital transition of Europe's key industrial ecosystems, where we have a specific package on technology infrastructures. There are more actions here, just to have some order on the slides. This is the snapshot of Action 12. Again, I will not be going through the details of the activities under this action. All of them, some of them are completed, many of them are ongoing. So we have here, under the 4 activities, we have a second bullet called creation of a coordination mechanism to provide industry with the technology infrastructures needed to test, validate, and upscale innovations. And this is the gist of what we are planning to do. And here I have to admit that we also work very strongly count on the inputs from RITIFI. Because when you look at what we said in the 2020 Commission communication, you will see that that was actually a big inspiration for what we put in the call for the topic from which RITIFI was funded. But one project cannot do everything. So under Action 12, we have other activities that will be building on RITIFI and that will need the input of RITIFI, but will go further and broader with the discussions. So we plan to set up an advisory board on technology infrastructures under the Commission expert group, coming still this year. We are finalizing discussions on it right now, which should identify strategic pilot areas for exploring and implementing a European approach to technology infrastructures. We want with that group to help us also with the analysis of the needs of industry, including SMEs and startups for TIs and their facilities and services, again in selected pilot areas. I think we recognize that we cannot address all the ecosystems at the same time because that's simply plain impossible. So we need to look at priorities. We will want to propose criteria, methodologies, and processes for the development and investment agendas to serve key industrial ecosystems based on a mapping and gap analysis, and also provide options and recommendations for a coordination mechanism for technology infrastructures at EU level. We plan also under Air Action 12 2 other types of activities. We will launch a study also still this year, hopefully after the summer, that will do the mapping of technology infrastructures and taking of national policy programs to address and support technology infrastructures. Again, we hope that that will complement what RITIFI is doing for the 5 sectors they have selected. And we will have a stream of activities, starting with a workshop in the autumn, where we would like to look into the access conditions to technology infrastructures, what are the challenges and how we can address them at the European level. And because we very well know that we have a not really, I think, well-functioning and well-serving the community access program for research infrastructures. We have nothing for technology infrastructure. The question is, what is needed? What can we do at the European level? Maybe end up with a charter or some kind of other document that will actually define how that can be addressed in the best way. And as I'm running out of time now, briefly, the Action 7 and knowledge valorization. This action promised to have guiding principles for knowledge valorization, and also 2 sets of codes of practice. And actually, most of the activities of that action are already completed. As it was also mentioned earlier by Ambassador Teixeira, we have the Council recommendation adopted on the 2nd of December. Here we have the main features. I will not read them all. It would not make much sense, but I would like to focus on some things. So, first of all, these principles, this Council recommendation, calls to develop and implement a relevant and fair system of incentives for all research and innovation ecosystem actors to learn, apply, and practice knowledge valorization, including for public research organizations. It recognizes the need to develop skills and capacities, but also suggests to consider specific funding schemes that would complement research funding in order to ensure that knowledge valorization is incentivized through the research pipeline, including support to intermediaries. And here, of course, I consider research infrastructures and technology infrastructures in that context important actors, important intermediary actors that can make this transition from research results, from knowledge produced to market uptake, to innovation, to new products. The 2, we promise that we'll also provide 2 accompanied codes of practice. The first set on intellectual asset management and on standardization in the era were already adopted on the 1st of March. The 2 other on industry-academic collaboration and on citizen engagement for knowledge valorization are currently under preparation. We also have set up something that we call the EU Knowledge Valorization Platform, where we gather different practices, hopefully good practices, for knowledge valorization, different examples that can serve as an inspiration, and hopefully I'd like to invite you actually to connect with those and to come forward with also specific successful examples from research infrastructures and technology infrastructures, because we need to make these organizations more visible as actors in the whole innovation ecosystem. Thanks a lot. I think I even didn't go over time, which is unusual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dominik. So, great way to start the content discussion. And now I'd like to invite René Martins to take the floor and give us some of your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll use this thing. Thank you. I'll switch right away to the first slide. And the first recap, I explained to you how in the research infrastructures work program, what we understand what research infrastructure is. So this is our classic slide. So research infrastructures are facilities that provide resources and services for research communities, but also to foster innovation. Thank you. And we have three main types of research infrastructures, which are knowledge-related facilities. So this can be collections, archives. Then we have maybe the most spectacular ones are the major scientific equipments, which can also be research vessels, so not only installations like the CERN and synchrotrons. And then we have ICT infrastructures, computing and system for communication. So all these contribute to extend the frontiers of knowledge, exchange and transmit knowledge, train the next generation of researchers, and support industrial innovation. Now, important for most of you probably know that, but I just want to underline this: the European Union is not funding the operation or the construction of research infrastructures. This is done by member states. But what we are doing with our program is developing new concepts for new research infrastructures, providing or paying for transnational access, developing new services, or developing new technologies for research infrastructures. So the role of research infrastructures is, together with the Open Science Cloud and technology infrastructures, they're crucial enablers for research and technological innovation and drivers of multidisciplinary and data-intensive science. I think it's important also nowadays to include, especially the open science data in general, and not only look at the research infrastructures and technology infrastructures. So we are striving at developing integrated and interoperable, effective ecosystem of research infrastructures and technology infrastructures. And our aim is to make a continuum of services available, reaching from the creation of new knowledge, new fundamental knowledge, up to the support to deploy innovative solutions from the market. So I say solutions here because we have technologies, of course, like we're supporting the development of technologies like energy storage, batteries, renewable energy, but we also helping developing new vaccines or collecting data for optimizing climate models, or use of social science data to understand the impact of, for instance, pandemics and find solutions to minimize these negative impacts. So classically, research infrastructures are associated with curiosity research, but actually, already for a long time, research infrastructures have always had a very close link to industry. And there we see three main types of interaction with industry. Okay. Where's the computer?
It's just the arm.
Slide. Doesn't matter. On this slide, you will see the different types of collaboration with industry. So you have on one side industry as a supplier. simply a supplier of components to research infrastructures. Then you have industry as a co-creator or co-innovator together with research infrastructures to develop new components and commercialize them. And then finally, you have industry as a user of research infrastructures. So where industry uses infrastructure services provided by infrastructures to pursue their own developments. Within our policy instruments, we're striving at reinforcing and facilitating, in particular, the role of industry as a co-creator and as a user. And we have in our program, different instruments, the transnational access instruments, where industry can gain access to industry and SMEs, say, to research services of research infrastructures under specific conditions. And what we are observing in our transnational access projects is, well, in many cases, it's an industry participation of, say, 5%. Then we have quite a number of projects where it's more between 15 and 20% of access. And in very few cases, above 50%. One of them is, for instance, a recent project, Emerge, which is on flexible electronics and photonics, coordinated for Portugal, by a Portugal entity. And in other cases where it's not about transnational access, of course, you have research infrastructures which are have a sort of classical set of users. For instance, ion beam sources have users from semiconductors industry. In that case, they're mostly using these, just paying for access and not using accessing these infrastructures through the transnational access program. So you see that the use of these infrastructures is very much domain dependent. And in other cases, you will have very little participation or use by the industry. Now, as already mentioned, in many of these cases, we can actually see that the services offered by these infrastructures can be assimilated to technology infrastructures. For instance, we have a project providing transnational access. It's to animals and animal science and smart cow. You have a lot of industry accessing these infrastructures or sewer systems. And so see that already when you think about the whole thing, it sounds a bit more like a technology infrastructure than a research infrastructure, but still it is funded through a research infrastructure program. But even if industry does not access the research infrastructure through the transnational access, these transnational access projects, as such, they raise the visibility of the services, such that industry then comes as a paying user outside the program. So it also helps attracting users. So also in the further programming periods, we want to further develop the innovation dimension of research infrastructures. And on the Horizon Europe, as compared to Horizon 2020, we have moving to a more challenge-driven approach for service development, these so-called infraserve calls, and which are guided by, of course, the twin transition, but also by the health priorities of the European Commission, and also by strategic autonomy objectives. So the calls for the development require the development of a bundle of services, so they are across different domains and can go across different infrastructures to tackle a specific problem. For instance, in energy storage or circular materials or circular economy. And one of them is also, for instance, to enhance the capacities of the European Union in development of semiconductors or to strategic autonomy. So The type and services, we can actually consider also the provision of services we can consider as a sort of knowledge valorization, because we are valorizing the knowledge about how to perform experiments, analyzing data, and interpreting data, and helping companies who are not, or even non-expert users, to actually use these instruments. But what is still a problem for these infrastructures is to establish and actually contact with industry. We know that usually when industry participates in these projects, it is because they have been in contact, for instance, with the university who is a partner in the project, or they are direct partners, or they have been pre-established companies. But to attract new users, completely novice industry users, this remains a challenge. And the European Union has funded through the so-called ENRICH project, which stands for European Network of Research, Infrastructures and Industry for Collaboration, has created a permanent network of so-called industry liaison offices in industry contact offices to help that industry becomes a full partner as user, co-creator, and supplier with infrastructures. So now looking at the role of industry as co-creator, so before we were more talking about industry as a user, now we move to the part industry as co-creator. Okay, 2 minutes. I would like to mention the TRACK project, which is now in phase 2, and where links are created between research, business, industry, young innovators, deep tech. And there were in the first phase 170 projects financed. And now we to go from TRL1 to up to TRL4, so validated in lab. And now in phase 2 of this project, we are this Attract 2 project is financing 18 out of these 170 projects to go further up to TRL7. So this is more clearly related to what we see, which you would probably see as knowledge valorization, because you have a clear path along the TRLs. So that said, we still need research infrastructures to develop more tailored services, including a whole bundle of service, not only doing the experiment, but helping non-expert users to use these facilities and getting also results, because companies are looking for answers to questions, and sometimes maybe even for the right questions. And so a better linking of services, these RI services, also together with the technology infrastructure services, will then help to create this continuum of services along the entire knowledge creation and innovation line we're striving at.
René, thank you very much. That's a great compliment to Dominik's opening presentation. Now, we promised, are there any immediate questions that people have for either Dominik or for René through the lens of European policy actions to support RIs? We have one here. If you'd like to stand up and just speak loudly, and I'll take the microphone over to Dominik and René. Oh, we have one? Okay, very good.
I can stand up and speak loudly, but I can also use a microphone. Thank you. I'm Adam Edström from RISE Research Institute of Sweden, and we run about 100 of these infrastructures, and we have one particular challenge that I would like to get a comment from the Commission about, and that is the state aid rules. The state aid rules define something, how states can pay for these infrastructures. And in that particular document, the RIs and the TIs, they are treated very differently. RIs get 100%, they can be paid for by 100% because research is something that all the member states have agreed on, that there's something good that we should pay for together. Whereas technology infrastructures can only get about 25% reimbursement. Is this something that is addressed at all in the Commission or discussed at all in the Commission today? I'm just curious to see if there is any discussion about this. I don't know which one of you would be the best one to answer. Thank you.
Very good question. Thank you very much. So, Dominik, I perhaps think you would like to go first on that, or René?
first go, and then Dominik can complement. So until the revision of the state aid framework last year, or the whole process started a while ago, technology infrastructures were not covered in the state aid framework. And then they have been introduced to actually allow to make it clearer what can be funded from states in support of technology infrastructures. And it must be said that the 100% for research infrastructures are only valid for research. When research infrastructures are used for industry, it's a different thing. So, and there you have now, I forgot the percentages, but I'm not sure, I think it's more than 25%. Okay. I mean, you have now the general block exemption rules, which have been also published. And there you have the different rates which are allowed. So from Commission's point of view, this is a step towards actually clarifying the situation and towards actually allowing the funding for technology infrastructures. Now, it is clear that we hear that member states and also infrastructures are unsure about how this is applied. There has been a decision tree had been developed. It had just been published before the revision, and now it will need some adaptation to the new situation. But I think what will be first done is to collect questions which we are getting, and see then how this new guidance document or this guidance document can be updated for users. So maybe Dominik can say something.
No, not much. Thanks a lot, René. I think we actually worked on this a little bit together over the last months because there was a lot of anxiety with the revision of the general block exemption regulation and what it will mean for RIs, especially that not really technology infrastructures, but testing experimentation infrastructures, because this is what is really written in the document. And it's all mentioned that they are sometimes called technology infrastructures as well, just not to confuse the definitions too much. But indeed, this framework has now clarified quite robustly the differences, and it explicitly mentions the levels of funding, both in terms of the amounts and in terms of the percentages. And they are, I think, quite interesting also for technology infrastructures. So we've done from our side, when the documents were released, we actually organized presentations of the details of these documents and of the revision to the ESFRI forum and also to the ERIC forum on the research infrastructure side. So there are presentations from the Commission actually in forms of slides available in the community to really see in a summary, because of course you can read the whole gibber, but you can also see the summary of what the provisions are and then see how to apply them. And after these clarifications, to be honest, we haven't heard that there are significant issues with that. So I would invite you, if you haven't done that yet, I would invite you to really consult the documents right now and then see how you can clarify if you have any further questions, because indeed for the types of organizations that typically host both, or for the types of infrastructure that blend the two types of services, more driven or more targeted at industry or more targeted at researchers for lower TLRs, that this can be a little bit confusing. So see whether this is sufficient clarification. And then I think that further clarification also from the Commission can come.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, David and I have been very patiently waiting. So without any further delay, I'm going to put the microphone back on the stand and invite David Holden from CEA to come and share some first thoughts about knowledge valorization on the ground in the real world. Thank you, David.
Yeah. Let's just see if technology is going to hold up for us or not. So my name is David Holden. I'm from CEA. I'd like to thank our friends from INESC and especially Ricardo for the invitation and the excellent organization. So when the slides come up, CEA, the Atomic Energy Commission of France, it's an organization which has been around for a while. It was created by General de Gaulle just after World War II. Our focus primarily is on, let's say, national priorities to begin with. It was national defense, nuclear energy, and then we also work on basic science now as well as, and I actually work for the Technology Research Division. And we have what we consider our technology infrastructures. We also have many, I would say, standard basic research infrastructures as well. At CEA, you can imagine that many of the research reactors, the experimental reactors, are themselves a kind of a research infrastructure. But within the Technological Research Division, where I work, we're focused on the TRL levels, which I think most people are familiar with, between 3 and 4 or 7. And as we mentioned earlier, the mission is quite important. You know, what's the mission of your part of the organization? And we're developing and transferring technologies and knowledge to industry. So our focus is on industry. I actually came from industry before moving to CEA. So if I have, I don't know, maybe I should have added a little click here. This presentation may have some language which may be offensive to some audiences. No, but so when we are focusing on this middle region here, I think some of the conditions change. When you work with industry, it's not, it depends on how deeply you go into the technology of the industry. That's, I think, one of the main focus areas, because we have technology infrastructures, for example, which will do certification of electronic devices. So the industrial partner brings their device to your infrastructure, you do the testing, and you say, this is in conformity, or this is out of spec. These kinds of things. So you don't know what's really inside their technology, but you just do the measurements. And that's a different kind of a technology infrastructure than when you're actually developing what's inside that device. So if I give some examples, for example, our technology infrastructure for battery technologies. So we're looking at what we would consider pilot lines or pilot production facilities, where we actually work on the full technology development. So we're going from the start, the basic materials, all the way to a finished product. Right now, we're working with teams for 2 of the gigafactories, which are being built in France, and we're going to be, let's say, helping those factories to get running and coming up to speed. So we work with teams within our labs, with industrial partners, and then we also have our teams that go to industrial facilities to make sure that that technology actually functions. Another example, photovoltaics. So here we have a full, let's say, semi-production, well, it's like a pilot production line. And so we develop the full technology for with the partners, and then transfer this to their facilities. These are quite expensive types of infrastructures. They require a lot of investment. They require a lot of expertise, a lot of different types of expertise, as well as, well, a lot of money to make them run as well. So if we go back to this diagram, just real quick, it's important to know that fundamental research, technological research, industrial development, these are sometimes terms which are not so easy to maybe completely understand. But so we're looking at going from discovery to concept to prototype, pilot demo, and then customer samples. And what's needed to do that, or let's say what typically happens during these different stages, we're looking at publications, patents, know-how, and then trade secrets. So our focus really is in this center area with the patents and the know-how. And so when we have technology structures, we're close to the product of the company. So that means we really know what's inside the product. So there's a type of, let's say, competence that has to be set up with the company. We're also close to market because we know what's on the market, what the targets are, and also what the specifications required for getting to market. And we're also close to users in the sense that we're close to end users. So the samples that come out of our technology infrastructures will often be used with customers as a first test. So managing knowledge, let's say, there are several ways to, let's say, somehow valorize knowledge. Knowledge in the classical sense, we have a charter for open science at CEA, where typical, the FAIR principles, the things which everyone knows. But one of the things that we have to be careful of is we don't publish open data on things which are confidential, which pertain to patents and know-how, personal data, classified information, or anything else that might potentially compromise the strategy of CEA or its partners. So when you're getting close to industrial partners and their, let's say, market secrets, this doesn't go into this basket, let's say. So that's why we have also a charter for intellectual property. And this basically outlines how CEA treats intellectual property. And the results that we generate, we own. We make our industrial partners understand that. And then we also make sure that they understand that they will have a license so that they can operate as they wish in their market areas. And we have 1,700 patent families, and we're doing about 700 new patents per year. So we see 5 avenues for technology, let's say, knowledge valorization within a technology infrastructure. Through the scientific community with publications, that's I'd say an obvious one. That's kind of the open side. Education training with doctoral theses. We're doing about 700 per year. CEA. Patents and licensing. Now we're getting into the, let's say, the more confidential area. Industrial context, technology development transfer. These are, bilateral contracts. Typically, we have teams on site, and that's obviously has to be managed by with special rules within the technology infrastructure. And then startup creation, which is something which, of course, we have about 10 per year at CEA, and startups are, let's say, one of the things where we're trying to put forward really a big effort. We have so far 220 startups that have been created. And what we find more and more is bringing in startups from the outside. And so I think this is one of the areas where some of the policy measures could really have an influence to help potential startups hook up to technology infrastructures and use those infrastructures for their development, basically. And I'll stop it there. And with just a quote from Thomas Edison: "I really absorb ideas from every source, frequently starting where the last person left off." So, thank you.
David, thanks very much. And last but by no means least, delighted to have Maja Bucar with us. Maja, you're going to share some thoughts about industry, research and infrastructure cooperation from the ESFRI group. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let's wait for the PowerPoint to come up. I'm stepping in rather big shoes today because originally Jana Kolar, who's the chairperson of ESFRI, was invited to present what ESFRI is doing in the area of research infrastructure cooperation with industry. But since I'm a member of so-called drafting group, as you see written here, on industry and RI cooperation, I was asked to step in her shoes simply because next week we have a ESFRI forum, and you can imagine as a chair, she has a number of responsibilities to take care of in these days. ESFRI decided, I hope I can manage this. Okay, in its work plan from 2022-2023, just in these 2 years when Jana Kolar is a chair, to establish specific drafting groups. These are somewhat different from the working groups which are standing throughout the work of ESFRI. But basically the idea of drafting groups was to group together a small number of people who will address particularly problematic, so to say, areas where we wanted to find out more about what is going on within the research infrastructures. And of course, the cooperation with industry was very high on the agenda of the drafting groups. So this drafting group was also created with several tasks. Two of the most important ones that we have focused so far on are particularly to see, to better understand what is going on, what kind of collaboration, what kind of relationships are established between research infrastructures and the industry, both research as users of research infrastructure, of collaborator, and also a component provider. I would have to step back a little bit and say that in the work that we've done so far, we mostly covered the first two, the users of research infrastructures and the collaborators. This has come out very clearly from the surveys that we have undertaken so far, that these are the two most common paths of those who responded to our surveys. And of course, doing whatever we are doing, we also wanted to go a step ahead and identify those areas where there needs to be further exploration of what is going on and where more support is needed to promote this type of cooperation between research infrastructures and industry. So where the problems lie and what do the research infrastructures on one hand and the industrial partners on the other hand feel that needs to be done to further promote this cooperation. So this group, this drafting group, is formed of people who are sitting on the executive board of ESFRI, those who volunteered to participate in this, people from the commission, the ESFRI secretariat, and as well, some of us are members of the Stress-Free Project, which is a specific project set up to help the chair and to help the work of ESFRI Forum. And so it's a, how would I say, a volunteer group, which also explains how far we can go in doing particular tasks. So what we have done so far is basically develop two questionnaires. The first one, which was already carried out last year, and for which one I'm pleased to say that I heard in the presentation of both Dominik and René that certain things have already, in a way, which we came out of those surveys, have by now already taken place, like establishing a platform, like creating different mechanisms which were identified by research infrastructures as a problem in terms of cooperation with industry. But the first questionnaire was focused on research infrastructures. We wanted to get their views on how much they cooperate with industry and what are the areas in which they cooperate and where they see certain problems which hinder this cooperation, or in the way they identified as certain problems where they would need further support. This was carried out in last year, and as you see, the way we approached this, we asked the secretariat to help and send the survey questions to all of the ESFRI landmarks. We received 25 replies, which me being from social sciences and used to surveys, I would say was a sufficiently high response rate to make this questionnaire a valid one. We are quite happy usually in social sciences if we receive 25–30% response rate. This was significantly higher. So this was the first survey we did. The second one, of course, we also wanted to learn what the other side thinks. Here we ran into a bit more complicated procedure in terms of who to send the questionnaire to. We wanted to send it to as many industrial partners as we could reach. And the approach that we took was mainly ask the landmarks to forward the link to the survey to their industrial partners. And then we also used the project which was mentioned before by René, the ENTRIC, and the network which was formed through ENTRIC, and asked them to send the questionnaire to all the partners that they could think of. So this was, this was a sort of the mechanism we used to try to reach as many members of business community and ask them about how they feel about cooperating with research infrastructures. We received, as you see, 175 responses. But one of the problems which usually happens with the surveys is because the questions that we put were not compulsory. You could simply skip a question if you didn't want to provide us with the answer. The further down the line we went, the fewer companies decided to reply, but at least 89 completed the full questionnaire. So this was how we got our data on what goes on in the field of industry, research infrastructure, cooperation. What we tried to do with the two questionnaires was to have nearly similar questions asked in both, asking research infrastructures about a particular issue in the same way as we then later asked industrial partners about this. So if we wanted to see, which are the areas where you cooperate, this was the same question put to the RIs as it was to the industrial partners. This way we were able to sort of compare how one side feels about the same topic and how the other one. I will move right on to the main findings. Not really, I would say, much to our surprise, but the first thing which we found was that there is a very lively cooperation between the two. And those who responded, and I would say, since this was the very first question, it was also answered by most of those 157 that I mentioned. 92% of them said, yes, we do cooperate with research infrastructures. And of the research infrastructures, the landmarks that we sent the questionnaire, 83% answered positively. They also said that they have a cooperation with research infrastructures. The most common form is cooperation within EU-funded projects, which was a bit, I wouldn't say quite a surprise, but it really stands out that now about 49%, if I remember it from correctly, of cooperation takes place within EU-funded projects or projects which are funded but from other international sources or national sources. So project cooperation is a big field of where research infrastructures and industry meet. Research infrastructures do see that industry is primarily interested in using their research equipment and access to data. So these are the two areas which stand out. And on the other hand, the industrial correspondents also place access to facilities very high on their list of why they start cooperation with research infrastructures. So these were the sort of the clear cases of where they see opportunities to collaborate. When we were asking about their plans for the future, most research infrastructures plan to additionally stimulate cooperation with industry through various forms, from inviting industry to the advisory boards, from having certain workshops, promoting the activities of research infrastructure to industrial partners. So they are actively engaged in trying to promote cooperation with industry. On the other hand, also the respondents from the industry indicated that yes, they are interested in expanding and engaging with research infrastructures in the future as well. Of course, we wanted to dig a little bit further, and we also asked about what are the barriers on one and the other side. And on the industrial side, of course, the funding came out as the first issue. And second, which was, I wouldn't really say surprising, but you were sort of expected that sometimes it's the engaging with research infrastructure, since they don't have, since it is believed that they don't have the staff who would know the needs of the industry. No, it wasn't this staff which was a problem, but it was the in-house staff. The industry felt that they don't have sufficient in-house staff to cooperate with research infrastructure. So they don't have capacity to define the problems where research infrastructures could be of assistance to them. IPR issues, this is something which I guess is now being addressed much better, where this, with the guidelines of how this should be dealt with. Some mentioned also lack of information what research infrastructures have to offer, which is a challenge, of course, for the research infrastructures to promote themselves better if they want to cooperate with industry. And then, of course, the issue of simplification of contractual procedures. This, I think, was particularly related to where the national legislation in some countries makes it rather difficult for distributed RIs to cooperate with industry. So it's not an overall problem, but it was indicated by several responses. And of course, research infrastructures mentioned that they would ask for additional support from the Commission, from the member states in the area of cooperation with industry. On the other side, research infrastructure said that they are welcoming this cooperation, that they want to expand it, but they have a problem with finding the appropriate business model, how to carry out research industry cooperation, legal issues, especially those pertaining to income generation, and of course, this relates very closely to the financial issues. What can be provided free of cost, since, as we know, research infrastructures, the research work is funded by the government. So how you can charge, what you can charge when you have the cooperation with industry. And one of the things which I think is now already being picked up is better sharing of the experience, better, have some kind of platform where good practices could be gathered so that they can learn from each other and they can, copy what was good or what was a good experience somewhere. So the conclusion of the two surveys is basically that there are still a number of issues which we need to explore in more details. And then particularly if you want to base any kind of policy recommendations on them, but we at least now have key points where we need to move further and look for more precise answers. That cooperation definitely is important for both. On one side, the research infrastructures as well as industry. So research infrastructures do see themselves as partners to industry, and industry sees research infrastructures as a useful entity to cooperate with. And the last, but not least important, is that the drafting group does see a lot of opportunities for collaboration, both within the research infrastructure community, research infrastructure industry community, and of course now also with the technology infrastructures as they will be established. Or are established, but have to be formalized a little more in the documents. So this is from my side. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Maja. Now we've edged a little bit over time, but we have about 5 minutes left before you are released for a short coffee break to recharge your batteries. So in the 5 to 6 minutes that we have left, we don't have time to get into a huge number of details, but I just wanted to pick up on something that's really come through in basically all of your presentations, which is about this engagement with industry. The ESFRI survey, of course, is a very interesting one, but these are companies who are already familiar with and aware of research and technology infrastructures, but they probably constitute a minority rather than the majority. So the question to you is, do you have any silver bullets? Any great ideas for amplifying the messages? Is it really action that has to be taken on communication and awareness raising? Are there other intermediaries that could help to promote the message of the potential of RIs and TIs, like Horizon Europe industry partnerships, for example? But just 1 or 2 minutes maximum from each of you on what you think could really help to start to scale up this potential and build the industrial awareness and cooperation with infrastructures in the years to come. I'll start with you, Dominik.
Very smart, so I have no time to prepare. All right, now, I don't think there is any silver bullet. On the side of research infrastructures, and I will be very punctual because we need to be brief. On the side of research infrastructures, we've worked a lot over the years and through the different, we have a funding program for research infrastructure, so it makes life easier, of course, if you have dedicated funding. So I think that there we achieved quite a lot, and René, I will leave to René to refer to that. On the side of technology infrastructures, first of all, we don't have these structures at the European level. So I think that we need to build them, and the activities that we plan under Action 12 also are about connecting technology infrastructures among themselves. You always have, when you come in numbers, when you come with a certain critical mass, you always have more power and more visibility. So this visibility and this also the ability to communicate I think developing that capacity is important. We've tested it with the Open Innovation Testbeds. It's relatively successful. We need to look further into different sectors, how we can do it best for technology infrastructures in different industrial ecosystems. Indeed, what you mentioned, the link with partnerships, there are many partnerships with industry. I think for technology infrastructure, that's the key. And this is one of the areas on which we would also like to focus on in our work. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think one approach is to have this more and more these kind of all-inclusive services offered not only to industry but also to other users, and to, of course, make them more visible. And then another aspect are there are more and more of these intermediate companies which actually help to be a kind of one-stop shop for industry and then to access different kinds of infrastructure services. But what I'm personally wondering about, and this is more question, is why in other countries we have industry financing entire beamlines and having industrial beamlines, and why don't we have this in the European Union? And what can we learn from these countries, what they do differently, so to inspire, maybe get inspiration from them. So maybe some people in the audience know the answer, but I don't.
So from a perspective of more, I would say, higher tier installations where we're functioning already quite closely with industry, and typically industry, the people in our areas know us fairly well. There is still a bit of a lack of, let's say, knowledge on a European level, but there are websites where you can find these kinds of things which exist. We have some types of ambassadors who exist, etc. But one of the things that I would try to put forward is really looking towards it's not an immediate effect, but it will have a much longer lasting effect, is to implicate thesis students and the younger generation, to have them. We have in France, we have a thesis that can be sponsored by industry, but we don't have this kind of thing at a European level. And if we could have more of this type of a thesis at technology infrastructures for mobility, I think that would be quite an important thing. And what we find is that the international thesis students that we have become very important for our network as a whole as it grows. And I think that could be quite an interesting proposition.
Thank you very much. Well, this doesn't relate necessarily to the ESFRI draft student group. It reflects more on the research that I did in my work life. But what I would pick up from this survey is the amount of cooperation which is developing through the projects. Because I think that's a different type of cooperation than just using the services of research infrastructure. It suggests more of a partnership approach, which I think is positive for both sides, because research infrastructure, so the basic research sometimes goes in direction with very little contact with real life, so to say. So working with industrial partner helps you to focus a little bit in which area you go. At the same time, if the industry is a partner in a research project, then it learns about what capabilities the researcher side can offer. And this can expand beyond the project, because once you establish some kind of cooperation, you are bound to come back to the same group to ask for new ideas, to ask for new projects. So I think having more opportunities of from the very beginning, start funding, have a conditionality of having both as partners on board when preparing a research project proposal would go a long way. We had experienced that in Slovenia with some of the mechanisms which the smart specialization required. Unfortunately, the thing was insufficiently funded, but the few projects which were implemented really took on the cooperation between industry and research infrastructures and research institutes in general.
Great, thank you. So it's time for caffeine. You've all been very patient, and I think also in need of a little bit of fresh air. Please join me in thanking Dominik, René, David, and Maja for giving up their time this morning and their wisdom. Ricardo, is there anything you quickly want to add about any changes to the program, or where do we head?
We're a bit late, 10 minutes, coffee break. We'll get back here to deepen exactly what was discussed in the with the excellent panelists in the following. So
we should start, otherwise we'll sleep on the time that is allowed. So the next session is going to be a discussion on the role of research infrastructures and technological infrastructures in support of industry. So I'm going to ask the support for that for three people, special people. So Sophie Viscido, please join us here on the stage. So Sophie is a principal consultant at Technopolis Group. I'm going also to ask to join us Kristiaan Temst from the Catholic University in Leuven and INESC, and also share at the ESFRI, Physical Science and Engineering Group. And finally, our third guest is Francesco Ferrigno, Business Development and Strategic Planning in CIRA, so the Italian Research Center for Aerospace. So we are going to have three presentations from you, each of you. We should have, so we start by two presentations. So I'm going to ask each of you to keep your time around 10-15 minutes maximum, so that you have some time for a couple of questions just to trigger the discussion with the people that are here in the room and also online. So we'll start with two presentations, and we'll just check if there are some emergent questions that cannot wait until the end, and then at the end we'll resume with the third speaker. So maybe I can start with this order, so from left to the right, if you don't mind, unless one of you prefer to be the first one to speak, but otherwise let's keep the schedule. So I will invite Sophie to join us here near the microphone for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm Sophie Viscido, Principal Consultant at Technopolis, and also part of the RITIFI project together with INESC, CA, and all the other FTOs and RIs involved in that project. So today I will talk to you about especially the TIs, so the technology infrastructure, and how they are embedded into the EU and I landscape, and especially about the diversity of the TI landscape. So this is really what I want to focus about in this short presentation. I will take a few examples of TIs to make it very concrete, and I will just go through different parts of the business model and showing you the variety of business model of TIs with certain examples. Go through the TI service delivery model and the technology and non-technology services offered by TIs, the funding model and the needs of TIs over the life cycle, their role in the RNA ecosystem, and that will lead us to how to turn the challenges into opportunities to make sure that we build TI's capacity to foster knowledge valorization, which is the topic of today's today. Should I
working? It has it.
Yeah. So yeah, as it was already mentioned several times today, there is a different level of maturity in the policy context between the RI and the TI landscape. So RIs have been consolidated at European level through ESFRI, through previous ERA policy agenda, through the RI instrument under Horizon, under the framework programs, Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe. Whereas in the TI landscape is much less integrated, has now arisen quite recently in the EU agenda, policy agenda, but it has developed along the years according to place-based conditions, including ad hoc funding opportunities based on technology expertise, market need, very well embedded into smart specialization strategies with a place-based innovation perspective. Different concept behind TIs that we are all familiar with, so it's test bed, pilot line, living labs, testing and experimentation facilities, and so on. And TIs have two main purposes, co-creation, development, maturation of technologies, especially to enable key enabling technology through applications to different domains and to create different markets as well, and transfer an effective uptake of existing technologies into the market. So this is called the broad rollout of technology, which is a bit closer to market, higher tier. Most of the TIs have actually these two components, these two main purposes. Some are more positioned towards the first, some more towards the other. That varies a lot. So these are the examples that I will take today. So just picked a few examples of TIs of different size, scale, and geographies. So the reimagined textile from Eurecat, which is a textile experimenting lab in the advanced material and manufacturing sphere, which was created in 2013 for an initial investment of 1.5 million euros. The Terra X Cube, which is a URAC research from Italy in technology infrastructure used to simulate extreme climate conditions and to test products in different application fields, which was created in 2018 for an 8 million initial investment. The Fab3 clean room of IMEC, for instance, was created in 2016 for a 1 billion euro investment. The RISE Asta Zero test bed was created to test, especially for transport industry and in the automotive sector, created in 2014 for a 43 million euro investment, and the Solar Lab from TNO, which is used to customize high-efficient tandem photovoltaic in the solar photovoltaic sector, which was created in 2021 for 23 million euro investment. So you can see from this picture a wide diversity already, which I will use as example when I go through the different parts of this presentation. So in terms of the business models of these technology infrastructures, first of all, the ownership and management model differs and can differ a lot from one to the other. So some of these infrastructures that I mentioned are managed fully by an FTO or by a technology university, like the one of URAC or the IMEC Clean Lab, and some are with co-ownership models, combining and in collaboration between an FTO or a technical university and a technical university or with a foundation, and they are co-created by different public organizations. The types of users of TIs are also varies also. Of course, the primary users of TIs is industry, large or small, but it's the range of and the share of users of large or small varies from TI to TI, and the share also public organizations using the technology infrastructure, because of course the RTOs and the universities also use their own TIs to develop the technologies. Varies as well, very much depending on the focus of the TI and the targeted value chain. For example, the Asta Zero technology infrastructure have much less contract with SMEs in terms of share of contracts than the Terra X Cube, which is almost exclusively centered around SME clients at regional level, whereas the Asta Zero is more targeted towards large original equipment manufacturers, large industry. And this is quite telling of the diversity here as well. Different TRL focus, different scale of TRLs covered as well. Some are more around TRL 2 to 5, some are much higher and closer to market. So this is connected to what I was mentioning in the introduction. Different access and model condition. One principle is that TIs are open to all types of users, of course, but and I think it was also mentioned today, there are a lot of business-to-business contracts, bilateral contracts. TIs are also very much used in collaborative publicly funded projects, and this is also how they are connecting to RIs in this type of project, which is an important needs of using TIs as well. And there are also some specific models which would be interesting to look further into, that is really TI dependent. For example, a resident model to access the facilities under specific conditions, which is the case for IMEC clean rooms, And there are many other types of this type of specific models of collaboration with the different types of users, which would be interesting to further investigate. Examples of processes to reach new users, which is also the key element of for TI, foster access to SMEs through communication strategies, through these multi-stakeholder competitive projects, which lead then further down the line to bilateral collaboration. Through industry affiliation programs as well, as I mentioned earlier, to venture activities, and this is also what CEA mentioned this morning, David, how to also target startups through accelerator programs, but also connecting to existing startups further. This is a challenge, but also a key drives for TI. In terms of the service delivery model, these are examples of technology services and non-technology services delivered through TIs. The two aspects are very important. So I will not go into the details of the technology services. These are just examples: feasibility studies, prototyping, testing and diagnostic, material development, etc. So it can be very close to certification, close to market, but also deep technology development as well. So the whole scale of technology services. And as well, non-technology services, business support, trainings are very important as well. Support for SMEs to access to finance is also key, but also support to policymakers through technology road mapping, foresight activities, etc. In terms of their funding model and the needs over the TI lifecycle, we can say that TIs have very diverse funding models. Some are very much publicly, regionally funded. So that's the case for TIXQ, for example, which is really embedded into the regional ecosystem and fully regionally funded. Some have mixed funding models, most of them actually, using sometimes ERDF funds for funding TIs, and often FTOs or technology universities, the own basic funding is a key part of the initial funding model. There are some cases, not most, but some cases of public-private models, where industry partners that want to use the TIs, especially the case for the bigger ones, also invest in the TIs making. It would be interesting to also maybe dig a little bit further into that, exactly what René was mentioning this morning. And there are some cases also interesting to look into, which is publicly funded TIs, but with industry use as guarantee of use for bank loans, and this is the case, for example, for Rasta Zero, which was a good example for this type of model. And you see below the different scale of funding from different TIs, which can go from 1 million initial funding to 1 billion initial funding for the clean room. Wide variety here, but in general, the message is that TIs are very expensive in terms of initial funding. In terms of, and I think it was mentioned as well, the cost to operate and maintain these TIs are also very important for the use of the TIs, and usually that includes different types of costs: personal costs, variable costs like energy, sometimes very expensive for some to run some TIs like clean rooms, materials use, the maintenance, the lease is sometimes also a key cost for keeping them up and running. And the personal costs, as I said, very important because they are actually operated by very highly skilled staff, personal staff. So different coverage model for this operational cost, but in general, this is a key challenge usually, especially for SMEs access to TIs if they have to cover this type of cost. In terms of upgrade and ensuring the long-term sustainability, it was also mentioned earlier today. It's also a key part of the funding model of TIs to ensure that they have funding to keep up to date with the latest technology development. And then the story of Rasta Zero is very interesting because RIs and Chalmers managed to include the 5G element, the 5G technology into the testbed to ensure that then the testbed could move to test automatic driving. Which managed to keep the testbed quite up to date with the technology advances, and that requires heavy investment. Finally, the role of TIs in the arena ecosystems. So TIs are very well embedded in the regional ecosystem. They are connected to all types of public and private users. They often have a connector role to all types of actors, very close to universities on the one side and to industry on the other. They focus most of the time across different technologies or at like application sectors. So they have a key role for cross-fertilization and connecting different value chains all together. They have different dimension and scale of outreach. So that's a key difference between TI that will have a very strong regional focus and one that will have a much more European and international dimension. So that's one also other type of diversity in the TI landscape. But in general, as I mentioned earlier, that the regional anchor of this TI is quite important. So even those that are very much European and have an international dimension also have a regional anchor in their ecosystem, which is always an important factor. And finally, connections between RIs and TIs and between TIs themselves is also a key element. And there are some examples here of how this connection and this networking are done to enable sharing of best practices and leveraging the impact of these infrastructures. And finally, the key challenges and the needs of TIs, I think most of them were already mentioned, so I will not go into the details, but the difficulty to secure public investment fast, to keep up with the speed of technology, and ensuring a long-term perspective, long-term sustainability of the TI is a key element, is a key challenge. Usually the time lapse between the initial idea of creating the TI and its deployment leads to a lack of competitiveness in Europe at international scale when other countries are much faster. Fostering accessibility of TIs to all types of users, especially SMEs. There are many key limitations there, especially the price to cover the operational cost of TIs, for instance, one of them. Implementation of state aid rules is also something that comes across often as a key challenge, and the need for highly skilled employees, which in certain sectors is as well a challenge. Opportunities, multi-level alignment of investment, priority and synergies between TI initiatives at all levels is something that would enable to leverage the impact of this infrastructure further. So all that policy that is done within the ERA agenda is very key. No one-size-fits-all approach. I think we've shown here the diversity of the landscape, and I think that it's key to take it into account. And finally, the connection between TIs and with RIs to consolidate the landscape is also, and share competence and best practices is also key. So I think that's all what I wanted to say based on past research and findings on these topics. And thank you for your attention.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. First of all, my sincere thanks for inviting me to this conference. It's also a special pleasure to be here at the Portuguese representation, because when I was a young PhD student, and admittedly, that's many years ago, I got my first lectures on magnetoresistance from Paulo Freitas. So, you see. I'm here today in my capacity as chair of one of the strategy working groups of ESFRI, in particular the Physical Sciences and Engineering working group, which is in fact among the several domains that ESFRI covers. It is one of the domains where there is quite a significant interaction between the research infrastructures and industry. I'm affiliated to the University of Leuven, where I'm in the quantum solid state physics division, where I basically do fundamental research on magnetic thin films and superconducting thin films. But I also have a part-time appointment at IMEC in Leuven, which was mentioned a couple of times by Sophie. And IMEC is in fact an organization that has characteristics both of a research infrastructure as well as of a technology infrastructure, as you could see in the examples. I should also say that within the organization, there is no clear-cut line between the RI aspects and the TI aspects. And very often, it is also simply impossible to draw a very sharp division line between those two. Now, what I would like to do in this short presentation is to dwell a bit more on the activities of ESFRI, and then particularly in the domain of physical sciences and engineering, and to show you also how through the generic activities of ESFRI, we also keep track of the interactions between the research infrastructures and industry, and how we can help research infrastructures as well as industry to get a closer link to each other. So please allow me to just very briefly reiterate what is in fact the role of ESFRI. I'm sure that many of you know, but I would like to link it to the particular topic of today. ESFRI is in fact an informal body which was created just over 20 years ago, which provides advice to the Council related to the establishment and running of research infrastructures. I think it's important to mention that ESFRI in itself is not a funding agency. It just provides advice, but we do see that the advice that is then produced by ESFRI is very often very beneficial for the research infrastructures, for instance, to get national funding. It is also a platform where the research infrastructures from different backgrounds can meet and where they can be informed or explore international and national initiatives. And I think it's really important that a platform is offered. And it has been mentioned also today that a platform is absolutely required if you want to foster that incubation, if you want to foster that collaboration between the infrastructures and industry. So in that respect, it is also a knowledge hub on research infrastructures, and very often it can act as such. For instance, it also triggered a very quick operation of some of the research infrastructures in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, I would say that the core activities of ESFRI, because it has many, including ad hoc working groups, like the one on the collaboration with industry that Maja presented earlier today. But in its core, it has two main goals. It wants to establish at regular times a roadmap for the European research infrastructures. And secondly, also at regular moments, it wants to produce a landscape analysis. These two are, of course, not disconnected from each other. Although now, recently, we have chosen for a model where the where the roadmap and the landscape analysis are separated in time, because one builds on the other, and we think this is a more logical approach. ESFRI covers a wide umbrella of activities, and so these are actually organized within a number of strategy working groups, which you see listed. All of these working groups have their specific technical and scientific expertise, but in the end, we all serve the same goal, namely to make the research infrastructure landscape in Europe better, to make it better known, to have the facilities running well, to have these connections with industry, and so on. As such, I'm representing here the physical sciences and engineering working group. I've already mentioned that ESFRI regularly produces a new roadmap, and you could basically say that there are two generations in these roadmaps. The first one, which was published in 2006, then updated in 2008 and 2010, basically you could say that these were just like sort of a report on the availability of particular techniques within these research infrastructures. But in the second generation of roadmaps, there is now much more a strategic component. And within the roadmap, we really try to look at what is there, how is it functioning, and especially what is missing, what are the gaps, where should we focus our attention on. As I said, this is building on the landscape analysis, where we do a painstaking work, I would say, to really look at what is there, where are research infrastructures occurring, are there new fields that would benefit from new or from modified research infrastructures. At this particular moment, we are again going through that exercise of the landscape analysis. It is still ongoing, will be published later this year, probably, or beginning of next year. And the landscape analysis is very important, and I think the new twist that we've given to it is that the landscape analysis is not solely developed by the strategy working group, but we've also reached out to other stakeholders and we've invited them to provide their input. So we hope that in the end, this will lead to a landscape analysis that covers an even broader terrain than what it has been done or doing in the past. We're also in the phase right now, the first phase of the so-called monitoring of the ESFRI landmarks. The monitoring is a new exercise that we're doing to follow up how the landmarks are doing. And as a standard ingredient in this monitoring exercise, we also request the research infrastructures to report on their interactions with industry, the existing interactions, but also what they would desire, what they see as difficulties for better or closer interactions with industry. And we think that this is, as this exercise is now unfolding, it's very interesting and it's providing a lot of input, and I could see through the discussions today that it resonates with what we are seeing from the material that we got. This is just for your information. These are the projects and landmarks that are currently on the ESFRI roadmap for the area of physical sciences and engineering. Let me end by saying a few words about the interactions between research infrastructures and industry. There is also quite a large diversity of forms of interaction. I would say that there are essentially two modes. There is the industry as a supplier and industry as a user. Some of these ideas have also been well developed in this ESFRI publication. It's, I think, by now 4 or 5 years old, but I think it still contains a lot of relevant information. It was also with a large contribution from our chair of today, Ricardo, who provided input to that. When you look at industry as a supplier, that can take several levels. I mean, the research infrastructure can buy off-the-shelf things from industry, but very often you also see that a research industry that is new or renewing itself wants to have the best possible hardware, for instance. And in that respect, they work very closely together with industry to get the really best thing that is not even on the market or on the shelf. And I think that this is a really nice example of co-creation and co-development, where the research infrastructure works closely with industry. There are a number of examples there in the fields of detectors, electronics, lasers, automation and robots, data storage, and so on. We've also seen, and part of that information also comes from the survey that Maja presented, that industry would like to be involved more from the early stages on, and that they would rather more like to be considered as a full partner in the development. There are a number of suggestions and issues. I will not read all of them here, but it's also clear that SMEs, for instance, find it more difficult to get involved, and I think that we should try to install mechanisms to involve them. Industry as a user, that's a very nice example of knowledge transfer in many fields: material science, microelectronics, engineering, pharmaceuticals, biosystems, and so on. I think what is there very much an issue is that transparency of access conditions certainly can be done better. I think that this is a gray area where we have to work on. Also the point of IPR agreements that was raised already this morning. And something that also came out of the survey is that some industries or companies find it difficult to have person power available at the companies to deal with the data, because very often data that are coming like from a synchrotron or so, they need a lot of calibration standards or whatever that are not so easy to do. I think it's also important to reach out to particular niches. For instance, within LEAPS, LEAPS is the umbrella organization of the European photon sources. I'm involved in a recent project where we will provide beam time, in particular for SMEs or startup companies that are active in the field of quantum technology. And we would like to give them a clear access to the facilities. It has also been mentioned already this morning. I strongly believe in fostering relations, long-term relations with companies by exchange of personnel, and for instance, by this model of doing a thesis part-time or full-time within a company. I think it's the training of people, it cannot be, its importance cannot be overestimated, and I think that this is a nice model where it can lead to a longer-term and closer collaboration. And then finally, I think it's also very important to mention that also from the side of the research infrastructures, you see that there is a movement going on where there is more like a one-stop access point. For instance, if you look at RIA, which is the umbrella organization for analytical research infrastructures in Europe, this covers a really wide field of probes: laser light, electron beams, neutrons, muons, ions, synchrotron light, and so on. And the idea is that for companies, for instance, they shouldn't have a difficulty to get into it. And they can come with their problem, but they don't have to look at all of the individual research infrastructures to figure out where they should best do their experiments. I also point out this recently started project, Remade at ARI, which is a hub for materials research, but which is focusing specifically also on SMEs that are active in the field of circular technology. And then finally, I also, as an example, I would like to give the example of NFFA, which is the non-science foundries and fine analysis, which I think is an access model that turns out to be very attractive both for academia as well as for industry, in the sense that applicants can come with, let's say, a scientific question, and then they can apply with one and the same proposal for different types of access, like laser lab in combination with synchrotron light or whatever. And I think that this is very important for industry because it eases the access, and I think it also alleviates the burden of having within each company somebody who has to keep track of all these different facilities. With that, I would like to stop here and give over the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to ask if someone has something question to ask. So if someone has some question, then we can make a break here. 1 minute for one question.
It's a very quick question to Kristiaan. So this, the first drafts for the landscape analysis for the different domains of ESFRI were prepared by external experts, not belonging to the strategic working groups. So in the case of PSE, how found or how do you find the proposal or the draft you received to your strategic working group?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm going to be very open on that. Some parts of it are good. Some parts, there I would say there are gaps. So, yeah, thank you. We're clearly not yet finished with this landscape analysis. It is also, it's a new procedure. It's I think not abnormal that there are some initial hurdles to be overcome. But what I do like about the approach is that there has been a much wider consultation of the field. We have addressed different research infrastructures individually. We have addressed umbrella organizations. We have addressed clusters. And what you do see is that the input that comes in that way is certainly richer than what we had before. Initially, it was very much written by the experts that are within the strategy working groups. And of course, that also does not mean that you cover every angle. So I think what I like about the current approach is that you get impressions, ideas, suggestions from a much broader group, but we're at this moment, we're still working on filling some gaps that have been left by the experts.
Thank you. Maybe I can use my privileged position to ask a question. So in your last slide, you mentioned an FFA. So INESC is part of an FFA as well. And one question is, in your last sentence, is relatively fast response times.
Yeah.
My question is fast enough for industry that is really in an innovative area?
Yeah.
What is your feeling generally? Because I did not see comments about the access time and the response time.
Thank you. That's a very good and a very relevant question, because in the past, very often there was a criticism from the side of industry that we need a quick answer to our problem. I'm one of the reviewers also in NFFA, so I know what's going on. And what I do see is that there are, I think, currently four calls per year, and we see quite a bit of proposals coming in from SMEs who also come back several times. Not a single time so far I have seen any criticism about the access times. So I think what NFFA does really well is that, okay, we have the review process, and then very quickly everything is organized and access is provided. Of course, that's not that you can come tomorrow, so to speak, but to my impression, at least the feedback that we get from the applicants, that gives to me the impression that they are satisfied with this way of working and with the average frequency that they have access to the facilities. No, I don't think so. No, I think in terms of limiting factors, I see much more. In terms of limiting factors, I see in the review process much more comments on intellectual property rights. Yeah, that is more important.
Thank you. So now let's give the stage to Francesca.
So thank you very much for inviting me. I'm Francesco Ferreira from the Italian Aerospace Research Center. We are now introducing briefly the results of an H2020 project focusing on aviation infrastructures and in the future development. Now, first of all, the goals of this project was named Ringo, starting from the goals, high-level goals set by in the former strategic agenda, named at that time Flight Path 2050. Goals were first to identify and assess the needs for the aviation research, and then we'll see why they are named the research infrastructures to achieve these goals. Starting from an overview, a landscape of existing infrastructures, identifying gaps, needs, and overlaps then to comply with these goals, and also to propose to the Commission sustainable and innovative business business models and funding tools to support the infrastructures. To do this, it was the project had a balanced consortium made of the three pillars of research organization, industries, but large industries and small and medium enterprises, and academia. The same balance was also kept in the advisory board that you can see in blue, the company's organization being part of the advisory. Briefly, the methodology of the project. First, there was a top-down approach for identifying the aviation research infrastructure needs. At the same time, there was a bottom-up approach to define the landscape of available test aviation infrastructures, and then a synthesis process and matching of what was available and what were the needs at that time. Let's recall that the project started in 2017 and then in 2020. So our results are now 3 years old. The landscape. The landscape of infrastructures was made starting from existing landscape, or it was of course extended. Were considered just infrastructures that were accessible to third parties. For example, private infrastructures belonging to, owned by private companies and not open to everyone, even if paying for the services, were not considered in the landscape, because it was a result from the Commission, of course. It was found in the research infrastructures are mainly operated by research and technology organization, and we'll see later why, and university, and there was a clusterization in 8 classes. Overall, over Europe, there were around 350 infrastructures. Most of them are wind tunnels, as expected in the aviation domain, but also the propulsion test bench have a higher percentage of presence. There was then a focus, but I go briefly on key and strategic infrastructure. The classification followed a predefined, let's say, classification. It was based on a replacement cost. Strategic infrastructures are infrastructure with replacement cost higher than 100 million. And of course, some detailed analyses were made on strategic and key infrastructures. For example, regionality, as expected, the nations having wider funding national funding opportunities, such as Germany, France, Italy, and Spain, have the higher number of infrastructures. And let's go now to the needs. So there were 16 workshop interviews, surveys were performed. The needs were identified in 12 classes, all related, of course, to aviation, propulsion, air transport, aeronautics, and so far. It was also interesting that during the survey phase, the experts raised the point on several needs not linked to technical needs and infrastructure, such as, for example, pooling, networking, high performance computation, and so far there was quite unexpected, but really interesting for the discussion we are having today. Once we identified we had the landscape. Then there were the needs, and these needs were the matching identified 3 classes. One that was identity, that means that there are the infrastructure meeting the needs and the future domains, and so they should be maintained for the future. Identity has not to be seen as a negative, because one could think, okay, there are a lot of infrastructure available, someone can be shut down. Or because one of the needs, for example, that was expressed is that there is a higher need of a regionality of the infrastructure to be close also to small and medium enterprises that very often have not the possibility to access or to know infrastructures that are in other countries. The capability gap means that there are infrastructures that have to be modified or upgraded to meet the testing needs for achieving the goals. And the asset gaps means that there are infrastructure not existing to achieve the goals. So over the overall number of 158 identified needs for testing infrastructures, you can see that 41 have been considered as asset gaps. It means that there is a very strong need of new infrastructures to meet the goals. 5 top thematic fields have been identified for needs, especially on acoustics, electric and hybrid propulsion. Of course, it was already expected at the time, aeroelastics and propulsion in general. And what is important is that most of these asset gaps have also been considered very important to be fulfilled in a short time range. At that time it was 2020, 2025, 2030, the time scale. This was the technical part. Now, the last part was suggestion to improve, the use to propose visiting models and so forth. First, what are the challenges that were identified?
All the infrastructure were high investments, but upfront and midlife and updates. And operating in the field of aviation, very large infrastructures is not a profitable business. That's why most of them are mainly operated by public research establishment, have been built through national funding support, and this also created a barrier at the end to have a real integration because they respond to national assets. It was confirmed there was a need for an access to European landscape of large research infrastructures to cope with the environmental challenges. Has to be considered that most of the facilities are very old, with 50 or 40 years ago were building, and they need a very strong set of upgrades that are even higher now that where digitalization is a main goal. Also, there was a lack of coordination and no concrete funding schemes at European level. And there was also another to raise awareness of available testing capabilities. Again, it was said it was discovered that, for example, especially small and medium enterprises being in, I don't know, in Poland or in Czech Republic, did not know about testing availabilities in Spain. The same was, for example, in either another countries. It was a problem, was very much highlighted in the time. So several recommendations that can be found also in the final report. First, to synchronization was also an ESFRI point, as far as I know, synchronization of roadmaps at national, European, and regional level. First, there is a reason why some recommendations are blue, because they have been acknowledged by the Commission. Now we'll see in the follow-up of the project. It is important to improve the synergy between this national funding. One of the main recommendation, of course, was to improve cost coverage, and this was addressing, for example, in the RIs in Europe, Hatch 2020 or RIs in Europe project for funding rates. And also through a benchmark with the United States, China, Japan, but also national funding level, it was considered that it was needed an improved EU funding of around between 25 and 40 million per year. This does not mean, as was highlighted, that additional funding have to be put in infrastructures. If it is considered, it is recognized that to support research infrastructures are fundamental. So when you look at research, you also have to consider infrastructure as a part, because many organizations or industries raise the problem that while putting money on infrastructure, they were actually subtracting to research. That is something that it's not considered on the recommendation. It was also a suggestion to establish a process that is then done like the one in ESFRI, linear. For linear, it was meant faster, with having no distinction between research and industrial or technology infrastructure. There was a basic reason why, because in the aviation domain, most of the infrastructures serve to offer testing services in the whole range of TRL, starting from TRL 1 to 3 up to 8, 9. So even if they are related to a market, I mean the reference domain is a market, they still cover very often with the same infrastructure, all the TRL. So in our case, in the aviation case, but also I have to say in the space domain now, where there's a big change and research is mainly for the wish of the Commission has to be mainly done also by private companies, especially small and medium enterprises. It's a fundamental part. The introduction of some systems, some tools were concrete examples, and it was also the suggestion to identify and support, to have an approach like as the European Space Agency has, They identify and support strategic infrastructures, not directly funding, but suggesting or recommending to use the infrastructures that are really needed to cope with the main goals. And also to consider other business models like private-public partnership or agreements, as is done in very few cases in the aviation. Now, the project ended in March 2020, just the same month where the pandemic was exploding. So there was, after 2020 was pandemic, war, energy crisis, the global environmental changes. So it's a complete new world. It was affecting in 2020 and 21, but also in the future, all the infrastructure. We had to face a lot of problems. Energy cost rise, that was also discussed before. Material supply chains were interrupted, so there were a very strong crisis on this topic. And there were also difficulties to travel and to hostings. That means that there were new needs further to the previous one. The need to optimize use, to further sustain operation, to have a re-engineering of process, to have a stronger digitalization of infrastructures and of testing service that can be offered. If the third bullet is not fulfilled, the infrastructures still will be maybe a weakening in the technology development process, because they are not adapting and they are not ready to match with these new things. Because of this, after the end of Ringo and after the pandemic, or at the end of 2020, the Association EREA, the Association of European Research Establishment in Aeronautics, restarted and boosted again the discussion with the Commission. And as a conclusion, as a follow-up, there is now the Commission for the DGR Unit C3 that is launching a pilot initiative in aviation research and technology infrastructures. That means that they recognize that infrastructures and not be classified in one or the other, according to the tier level. What is this pilot action that is now being implemented or undergoing, still to be finalized, but the process has been started. First is an initiative that has been conceived, presented in the frame of ERA Action 12, and as far as the Commission told us, has been very well welcomed. It has been built and developed by the Commission with the support of EREA, because the research establishment belonging to the association own almost 80% of the aviation infrastructures. Member states have been involved through the Clean Aviation Joint Undertaking State Representative Groups. Clean Aviation is a public-private partnership between the Commission and the private, public, and academia partners to comply in 2050 to achieve a technology, environmental neutrality in aviation. The final goal is to support aviation research and technology infrastructures related to the goals also of clean aviation, and basically are developing technologies in hydrogen propulsion, electric propulsion system, but also focusing on the transformation of aviation as a whole, considering digitalization, circularity, and green. How the Commission plans to do this through a holistic approach by the point of view of funding, of course, who is addressing Part 8 of Horizon Europe Work Package 25-27. Let's recall that this is a pilot initiative, so to see how it works later, but also trying to consider other section of Horizon Europe. And where is now, and this is the last slide, we are now identifying, EREA, identifying together with the Commission the main intervention areas, the main topics and technologies to be developed. After that, there will be part of an update of Ringo landscape, the test to consider now the goals that are now fundamental for the Commission. Again, a gap and overlap analysis on those facilities has to be done. So it's a sort of follow-up, not doing the project again, but focusing now on the specific goals. It will be delivered now by the Horizon Europe Research Project in aviation. Specifically, there will be they have to consider what has been said in aviation. Then there will be the creation of a roadmap for updating or constructing new aviation testing facilities. This is everything that in the plan of the Commission had to be finalized by the end of this year, just to provide suggestion also to the Part 8 or Cluster 5 Horizon Europe for new topics. And then the last point, but this is not easy to achieve, is to propose new business model for maintaining or sharing or complementing the future aviation test facility among the member states. Of course, since there is a market behind the aviation, it is not easy to have complementarity or really cooperation among between the member states for property reasons, of course, for conserving national assets. But this is also goal of the Commission. And this was the last slide. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have time now for questions from the audience. So please feel free to take the leads.
Thank you. Nicholas Lindberg from the Danish Technological Institute. I thought it was very interesting to hear your thoughts about the public-private partnerships in the context of RIs. Could you elaborate a bit more on how do you see that happening, and especially how do you handle private money going into research, making it accessible compared to company points?
I'd like to mention an example that is happening in Spain. On testing, there is a facility for testing full-scale engines. It is done by a major national, let's say, English company, and is located within the Spanish Aerospace Research Center, Pinto. So the funding has been done, has been complemented, I mean, also by this private company. They ensure a certain level of occupancy of the facility. What is more important is that at the beginning, of course, it was started to qualify engines, so with very high TRL levels. What they are doing now is that using the same facilities, they are creating a digital twin of the facility. So they are using the same facility that was conceived for 7 to 8 TRL, let's say, scale, for fundamental research to develop a digital twin. This is, for example, this is one of the examples. I can also speak for, in case of my company, my organization, the Italian Aerospace Research Center, that we are in discussion with private companies to have a private partnership on making hydrogen facilities. Focused on specific aspects, but it's always a private public partnership. But again, this is a suggestion that really mainly depends on the single state, the single nation, because as you said, there were IPR issues that had to be considered. So it's difficult to have with research organization having the facility and a company that is not a national company.
Questions? Okay, so we have the microphone there.
Maja Bucar, TNO. I've got a question about the business model, the business proposition, and the financing of the network. You said that it was just impossible to do it on a private level. Can I ask you how the United States is doing these kind of networks? What the funding structures of these networks are?
In the United States, there is, I mean, research is strongly made by private companies, of course. The difference between the United States and Europe is that there are public funding or public granting that also go to private companies. If we look at the space, for example, in the space domain, we all have a space, it's Elon Musk as a reference. However, they take stock of massive public funding that supported the initial stage of the process of the development. This is made. I mean, we referred to United States in the project because most more information were available. I mean, we are looking also at China, but we just the market this year is quite peculiar, so was not referenced. But this to say that even if the private sector will have and will be tasked from, for example, for Europe, the European Commission to perform research, let's see, for example, what's happening in the space domain with the INESC constellation, with the new space concept that is acknowledging also private companies entering in space domain that was pretty governmental or institutional up to now. Still public funding, if the US model were to be applied, still public funding should be needed. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, well, what I do think that is the Airbus, the kind of Airbus organizations also already get
that kind of public funding, of course. So
yes,
so it is already a little bit like US, and then I would say, okay, then there might, yeah, if there's no private funding. So let's play advocate of the devil a bit. Is there enough demand then? Is the value that is created enough for the private companies? Or if you don't do anything anymore, will they just go on, or will they die? Or you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. However, I have to say that in the aviation field, but it's just my consideration. I mean, there is Airbus that anyway jeopardize the market. I mean, the situation is different than what happens in the United States, where there is more freedom to competitiveness. So it not just well, it is true that Airbus is let's say an European asset. So most also public funding directly or indirectly, let's say not directly because it's not possible to go through, but go to Airbus because of course they are the leading, and they are also, for example, the leading in developing the new technologies, hybrid and hydrogen propulsion. But it's a different I mean, environment than the United States, where there is a really competitive market.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have one more question.
So maybe to push this this issue a bit farther, David Holden from CEA, do you have any restrictions on, for example, a Chinese manufacturer, airframe manufacturer, COMAC or CAC comes and wants to use the facility? Are they allowed? Because typically the Commission wants facilities which are open, and sometimes this can be a bit delicate. I know we have issues with this, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
No, there are no restrictions. Maybe some of you saw that there is now the new commercial aircraft made by China, the COMAC, and it was developed in former area, also testing, for example, in Netherlands, in NLR or DNW facilities. Some tests for certification were made also in Italy and China. So facilities are open. Of course, for example, but I don't know about the others, but what happens for us, there are certain countries when we have any kind of request, we have to have permission by our government to still have discussion with them. The same for supplying materials or for production materials. So they are open if they are allowed by the government. That means that there are no sensitive reasons. But again, the COMAC is very important example. It tested in Italy, in France also, and in the Netherlands and Germany. So they are completely.
The cost is the same.
What?
The cost for using, for access, the cost for
No.
and the cost is the same.
We don't know. We do not know. I mean, for yeah, it's the same. Yeah, no, there's no difference in. I think secondary experience for sure. There is no difference in the cost applied in the fare between any big company. There is a support in case the company is a shareholder of us or a university for us. And we are now revising also the private policies to act as a booster for small and medium enterprises of research. Just for example, applying just a direct code. But of course, all the organizations, they are saying they are not for profit. Indeed, it is not true that they are not for profit. They can make profit, and the profit needs to be reinvested. And this is fundamental for us to survive. Otherwise, we cannot maintain and operate the facilities.
In the case of the Netherlands, David, it is the same. We are now discussing in the Netherlands if those sensitive countries can make access of certain knowledge. So it's the same.
Okay, thank you. So let's hold on a little bit and save Francesco from our questions for a while. So I can have some water. So if there are no other questions for now, I would just make the last question that I would like to have a few very fast, brief comments from each of you from your experience. And the question is regarding the geographical impact on these research infrastructures and technology infrastructures to industry. Because the mobility of people is amazingly good, you know, but when we had COVID, we saw that everybody was staying in their places. So how do you see the geographical limitations to truly universal access for the industry?
So I think this is a key question actually that has been asked in many instances. There was at some point this 500 kilometers discussion, which was the limit for SMEs to access an infrastructure further away from their place. So yeah, I would say the regional aspect is very key, and usually if we talk about SMEs, the access to further other infrastructure beyond their regional place is actually done through connection with their regional partners, especially for SMEs. I think there is a variety of answers because it's different for large companies that haven't in the international aspect. But when we talk especially about SMEs, yeah, there were very different schemes at EU level that actually enabled by putting together in a network different technology infrastructures or research infrastructures that could through the one-stop shop at national level could bridge the SMEs to go to access infrastructure that are beyond actually the regional dimension. But usually from the research and I think it's the regional dimension is especially key. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with what Sophie said. I think that indeed this one-stop access, also the one that is, for instance, offered with NFFA or RI or so, that actually pushes some people to widen their horizon, because essentially when you apply there, it will be NFFA that decides where the experiment will be done. So you push the company or the applicant a little bit to widen the horizon and maybe go beyond to do this mythical 500 kilometer range, which is an arbitrary number. Having said that, what you also see, of course, is that like where you have a number of large research infrastructures, the image that comes to my mind now is, for instance, the synchrotron and the neutron source in Grenoble. There you see that development of that entire campus of companies that want to settle in that neighborhood. very often they also draw on the people that have been trained within the research infrastructures, which is a good thing, of course, because you really create a large critical mass of high-tech companies around that, but it adds to the cluster. So it will certainly not alleviate the, let's say, the geographical distribution. So there's a negative side to it, but I think you can also look at the positive side, that creating these really large hubs with a lot of critical mass and high-profile people around it is also a positive thing.
Nothing much to add. I mean, to the Commission, we as well are proposing as a solution first to support the digitalization of, so the creation of virtual test room to host, not completely to have the customer just being there, because still is fundamental to have a physical contact, also to explain what happens as usually during the test. And second was to boost the creation of digital twins of the infrastructures. So to be supportive since the beginning in the early phase, and then maybe having at a later stage the customer on site. This were the suggestion we were made. So providing offering a different concept of testing services.
So this could be a good solution for peripheral countries, for example, that don't have critical mass around. Okay, very good. So if there are now other questions, I think we should stop here. So thank you again, Sophie, Kristiaan, and Francesco, for your great insights on the topic. And thank you all.
About research and technology infrastructures for knowledge valorization. The moderator is Moritz Butter. I don't know how to say your... Whatever you like. Butter, okay. And from TNO, the senior orchestrating officer, and it's really a pleasure to have him here. It's actually a crucial role in many of our organizations that we should learn more about. So I encourage you to question him about that as well. But for the moment, he's the moderator of this session. I'm going to pass on the floor, and I would like to thank all the speakers of this session beforehand. And thank you very much for your availability and for your certainly very, very important contribution.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to do this moderation of this panel discussion. It's a topic that I really am into, so to say. I really like the valorization of research knowledge into the actual users. So let me first say, so I had a discussion and a panel discussion also 2 days ago. And then someone from industry told me that, yeah, those researchers all have their jackets on, but industry people, well, they can lose their jackets anyway, because that's not them. Well, I'm taking off my jacket, I think. Let's do it like that. Perhaps it's another reason, but don't tell the audience. So, yes, I'm an orchestrating innovation expert, work for TNO. What I did, and David, are you still there? So David and I started a lot, because we were engaged in the Multicats pilot lines project, and then we learned that shared facilities for pilot production, also mentioned by David, was an important thing. There it was about creating connection between public and private partnerships of public and private entities. And that's what I kept on doing. So that's my my focus. It's about digital innovation hubs, European digital innovation hubs, and it's also about trying to establish structural interregional collaborations. But that's me. Now the panel discussion. The objective of this panel discussion, because it's of course part of the RITIFI project, is about understanding how those bloody infrastructures can get their knowledge and get their technologies and get their expertise into use. That is what it's about. And that's difficult. It's very difficult. So I'm very happy that we have some people that know a little bit about that. And I'm sure that they also, like I do with orchestrating innovation, see themselves as one eye in the land of the blind. Because I think we're just beginning in this journey to get better the connection between research, technology, infrastructures, and the actual industry. So that's a little bit the introduction to the session. I have one thing to say before I give the floor to the panelists. I hope that this will be an interactive discussion. Please react after the panelists have showed what kind of initiatives they are engaged in and what kind of challenges they met and what kind of views they have for this valorization. Please then ask questions. I feel it that it's not a good panel discussion if I ask any questions. I've got some backups, of course, but that's not the idea. It's the idea that you will ask the questions. So I would like to ask the panelists to keep their presentation short, because then we can hand over to the audience quite quickly. Let me turn the page, because then I can introduce Nikolai. Nikolai is one of the partners of the RITIFI, but he is an innovation manager at DTI, Danish Technology Institute, and he is coordinating several projects. And by training, he's a technical engineer, but I think you shifted a little bit further away from that, if I'm correct, and especially because he's also working for industry. So Nikolai, can I ask you to share with us your thoughts about valorization?
Great, thank you very much for it. I'm actually a physicist of training, material science turned accelerator physicist actually for a while, now back working mainly with materials, but also working all over the place, because a few years ago we decided that this whole area of research infrastructures, it was just too interesting for industry not to pay attention. So we established a unit where basically our job is to make the links between research infrastructures and industry. I'm located at the Danish Technological Institute, which is an RTO. And let's see, it comes up and then I can probably take over control. And I chose one topic where I wanted to hit a societal agenda while at the same time giving some sort of hands-on example of something you can actually do. Since I only have 5 minutes, I'm going to be very brief. At DTI, we're working with societal agendas, food, materials, and energy are three of the big ones. I'm not going to bore you with the numbers, but just to give you an overview, we're sort of a medium-sized RTO in Denmark, and we engage with tens of thousands of customers every year, with about 1,000 people. All of our activities are centralized in Denmark, really. Now, what I do need to introduce are the concept of energy islands, which many of you probably know, and some of you may have heard a little bit about. I put a fact box there on the top right, just to show you sort of why do we even care about energy islands. But actually the main points are listed below. That actually Denmark, Belgium, Germany, and Holland have a formal collaboration to really establish the North Sea as an energy, it's a green energy hub, reaching 150 gigawatts by 2050, which is half of the need for EU for becoming carbon neutral. So really it's an ambitious plan. And just small, tiny Denmark, we got through in the parliament to allocate 28 billion euros for building the first of these energy islands. So that's quite a number actually, and we're talking about European projects giving some 100,000 there and some millions there, but this is really big business. Secondly, hydrogen has been identified as a major carrier of the energy. It hasn't really been decided yet if you want to have, so there's 3 different concepts. Let's see if I can make the point to work. 3 different concepts here. You can go pure electricity, you can convert the electricity to hydrogen out on the energy islands, or you can do sort of a dual solution. But for sure, hydrogen is recognized as a carrier of energy in this context. So the island that Denmark is looking at and they allocated the money for is this one. And then there's other islands coming up that are then led by other countries. Now, part of that is hydrogen, and there's a big need for reducing the hydrogen production cost. Since we engage in the energy agenda, we are talking to different companies. There's a Norwegian company called Hydrogen Pro, who builds these large facilities that are really alkaline electrolyzer cells to convert the hydrogen. They found a technology in their attempt to make this cheaper, which was specifically a coding company, which is nearby where we're located in DCI. So we started a collaboration with the company. They make some coding for this foams, the nickel foams here, specialized patented solution, but actually it's very black box to them. So they don't know why the efficiency varies. They don't know why there's this transient behavior. So they came to us and asked, look, how can we learn more about this? And that's actually where these research facilities come in. So this is the end where we go to really the application. I'm just starting a small movie here that we did in December at the Neutron facility, PSI, an called Neutron. So basically, if you pay attention, this is basically cycling the currents that go into the cell. And at some point, you'll see some white color coming up here, which actually shows that the hydrogen is being created on one side of these membranes. And up until now, you hadn't had the chance to look into these cells and see what actually can happen there. So this is a good tool for the modeling people to start saying, okay, now if we scale up and make them more smart, we can save a lot of material. So really, this is the sort of contribution that we did so far just from this pilot study, is to see this is actually a tool that can show you something that you couldn't see before. Actually, someone else mentioned digital twins. You would even say that in the setting of this experiment, we did a digital twin of this component and slimmed it down in certain cases, and we want to make sure that we could actually see the contrast from these neutron measurements. So I certainly see a lot of potential in being able to conduct these experiments offline first and then go to real life. So just a couple of summary remarks. There's a big potential from this, but this is one area. There's tens, maybe hundreds of areas where it makes more sense to think research infrastructures into the services of technology infrastructures. But both sides need to learn and adopt what's the focus on the other side. RTOs and technology infrastructures need to understand that research infrastructures, they're there for the research, to have to make sure you get the right people who understand the industry there. And research infrastructures need to understand that when there's a company, there's certain things that should be in order. It's not a research project every time. Sometimes they just want a standard measurement. So we all have a lot to learn, and I'm looking forward to the RITIFI project to really dig into these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai. Yeah, I think this just shows that there's an enormous amount of technologies available, but you need to work together also with industry. And I will be very happy to hear from you also about how you in DTI are doing that, trying to establish that collaboration. But let me now introduce Ed Mitchell. He is one of the, sorry, Ed. He is also one of the RITIFI partners, but it is interesting to see that he is head of the business development of the ESFRI. So it is about business development, and that's of course very much about valorization of the knowledge. So he's been involved in quite some public-private networks already, and has got the industry relations part quite well developed. And I think that your education as a molecular That's gone. That's way gone. I can relate to that. It's the same with me for chemistry. Ed.
In 5 minutes, right? 8 minutes.
Yes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, let's see what we can do. I'm going to give you. Is that working? There we go. Right. I'm going to give you 4 examples of working with industry from the European synchrotron. This is Grenoble. It's a very nice place to work. It's a bit hot at the moment. It's got a few mozzies around, but it's very nice. This is the synchrotron. Right down over here. The whole Grenoble Innovation Campus is this area here. Used to be rather desolate when I went out there in about 1995, but the construction work and the engagement, as you heard a little bit earlier on there with industry, has been remarkable over the last 10 years or so. We're a synchrotron. We generate very highly brilliant synchrotron X-rays. They're used by about 10,000 scientists every year, including industry and academia. Industry is one of our core missions, and it's been growing. You go back 20 years, industry was, wow, probably ought to bloody well work with them. But we really got to do it. And it's gone through different stages. So it became, you've got to work with industry. Then it became, it's nice to work with industry. And now we love working with industry, and not just because of the money, but it generates stories. The science is very difficult and complex, and it generates a return on the investment that 21 countries are putting into the ESFRI as an international facility. So we try to engage creatively with, collaborate with, and provide services to industry, as we said, one of our core missions. Portugal's a member, very nice. You'll see the Russian flag there as well. So Russia at the moment is suspended from our membership, and the engagement with Russia has stopped. They are still legally a member, but for the moment, work with Russia is suspended. This is one example. There's a video. Can I do the video, or you got to do the video? You got to do the video. This is work with BASF. You know BASF, right? Huge German company. Chemistry, catalysts, batteries. They do a lot of kind of chemical genomics work as well. They mix up chemicals, they try and make things better, especially for batteries at the moment. This is a system on one of our beam lines, doesn't matter which one, and you can see this clicking through here. BASF approached us with a challenge. They said, we want to do high throughput powder diffraction because we've got hundreds of materials, mixtures coming off out of our pipelines every week. We want to analyze them. We could do it in-house with our X-ray source, but it's going to be slow and it's going to be expensive. We can't do it. Can you help? We said, yes, of course we can help you. So using European money, Dominik, René, European money. Yeah, there you go, right? You'll see European money coming back as well later on, if I remember. This is streamlined. So with some European money, we've developed a high throughput system for BASF. This is now commercially operating. BASF are now paying for the access. We co-designed it with BASF. They specified it. There's even a startup. There's even a startup coming out of this that will maybe do the intermediary work of preparing the samples and doing the data analysis. So there's thousands of samples per batch, there's standard setups, there's standard operating procedures, quality checks. We're a research infrastructure, but crikey, we're doing quality assurance. That's something new for us. We don't do that usually. And it's cost effective. This is actually vastly cheaper than BASF doing this work in-house. Vastly cheaper, order of magnitude. Oops. I can't change the slide, sorry. There we go. This is another one. European money. Oh, less enthusiastic that time. Yeah, you should be. This is SMEs, right? SMEs are a pain in the ass to work with. They have no money. They don't know what they're doing. But Brussels knows that we should be working with them because they're an important target. So within Calypso Plus and Leaps Innovation, the 2 European projects, we've had money to subsidize SMEs. It's gone a bit cocked up with the last one with Remake, which we need to talk about, where the European Commission changed the rules. So we've got some issues. But in Leaps Innovation, Calypso Plus, we had money from Brussels to support SMEs having access to the light sources across Europe. So we've got about 20 to 30 cases of this now. So when our business developers go out in the field, being able to say, yes, you can come and use the ESFRI. Yes, it's not going to cost you any money. Immediately, it de-risks the whole thing for the SME. And we're allowed under Horizon 2020 and European rules to subsidize companies like that. These are some of the examples. In yellow is just a reminder to me to say within one of the European projects, we're also doing our own survey with industry. We're aiming at 200 companies. We have responses from about 100 companies so far about how they engage with the light sources as supplier, co-creator and user. And we hope to have more information on that towards the end of this year, next year. More European money. Wow. This is a Marie Curie. It's a co-fund. These are really, really nice programs that Europe have been put in place through Marie Curie. This is jointly between the ESFRI and the ILL. ILL is a neutron source on our site in Grenoble. We have 40 kids, 40 PhD students, all working using synchron X-rays or neutrons, or better, both. But each one of those PhD students has an industrial driver who's a co-supervisor, and they are driving the research. So if you go to the website, you can look it up. Some names you'll recognize: L'Oreal, Johnson Matthey, BASF. But there's also SMEs in there. So there's First Light Fusion from near Harwell in the UK. There's an Australian SME. And there's a couple of other SMEs in there that you won't recognize either. The kids all have 3 months at the company concerned. So they're going out, they know RI techniques, they know industry, and they have an academics supervisor as well. So they get the whole shebang. So they will be going out after working with us. They will know about our environment, and they'll be the future ambassadors for what we're trying to do. Last one, no, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Well, this one's a bit, where's, okay, phone. I'll give it back. This is a phone. On the little corner there, you can see an integrated circuit from the Apollo missions, right? Very coarse. These days, these phones have got chips in them that are very complex, you know that. Nanometric nodes, tiny, tiny, tiny. If you want to send some of this up into space, it can be unreliable. You've got heavy ions, neutrons. They rip through the chips and cause failures and problems. What we're trying to do is, using synchron X-rays down in Grenoble, is that we can take this phone, I'm sorry, and you can put a micron-sized beam through it. You can try and cause a single element failure, scanning across the chip to find the weak points of the chip. Right? That cannot be done with any other technique. So this is of interest to the European Space Agency, all sorts of people out there. The moment, this is still at the proving stage, TRL, TIs would probably say TRL1 or something, right? We're still checking out the science behind it, but this is subject of a lot of work funded by a French IRT, Technology Research Institute. It's part of the giant campus, and we're developing the science behind this to be part of the competence center on components under irradiation. Our missions can stretch to be industrially friendly. We want to be on the same playing field as industry. It takes time, effort, people, enthusiasm, European money. And it's important to realize that one size does not fit everybody. Right? There's no one solution to working with industry. Let me say we go straight to BASF. Sometimes we need to collaborate. Sometimes we need to tailor something. Maybe sometimes we need to go to an intermediary company. But we need that polyversity, that diversity to engage with industry. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ed. Yeah, I think this is quite an inspiring speech. It shows that the industrial connection can be made through actual work. It can be fun also, because I also think that that's the case. And you need to keep that in mind, but it's not fun from day one off. And that's a lesson learned. And all kinds of other mechanisms can be deployed that are already out there, and you can take stock of. So not only looking at your own funding mechanism, but also tap into other funding mechanisms that are the Marie Curie, for example. So that's a great speech, Ed. Thank you. Anton. Anton has one feature that I like very much. He was in the restaurant business. So that's nice, because it's the complete other side of research infrastructures. But he's now the operation and finance director of EATRIS. That's medicine. So it's a different area. So that's also quite nice. The finance is quite nice, because it's something that engineers sometimes forget a little bit. And he's also involved in tech transfer. So please show us your experiences and lessons learned.
Thanks very much. Really nice to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. So life sciences, the infrastructures differ a little bit from the big monsters in physics, which we always look at with this combination of awe and fear when we look at the physics infrastructures, because we're all very distributed. So EATRIS, for instance, has 150 institutes that are the EATRIS infrastructure. We have to be this distributed because we need to be able to answer any combination of the biology, a disease, and a technology question for any type of population, any type of sickness, and any type of medicine or diagnostic. So that's literally thousands of different types of research questions we have to be able to answer. So our mission is to make that process of taking that first publication, I think gene A is responsible for disease B, and turn that into a medicine or a diagnostic that's actually going to have an impact in society. It's a bloody long process, very complicated, because the body is still a bit of a black box, still the most complex machine in the known universe. And you do it by trying to bring together the experts in all the molecular pathways and all the really small bits with the doctors who know the patient and know what the red blotches on the patient's face mean, and the technologies that can look inside the body. Bringing those together, that's translational medicine. And we try to do that inside an ecosystem, because translational medicine is inherently very multidisciplinary. You have to start with the patient, work with the clinician, work with industry, work with the regulators, work with the research financer, work with your ethicists, work with your biology specialists and the animal handling specialists and the in vitro and in silico specialists, in order to sort of paint a bit of a patchy picture of what's actually happening in the body. And even then, it's still incredibly difficult to make medicine. If you get into human testing, which will have cost you 30 to 50 million euros, you've got a 1 in 10 chance of making a medicine out of that. So you need 10 projects. If you start at preclinical, so non-clinical, before human testing, you've got a 1 in 100 chance of getting it. So what that means is, on a portfolio basis, your medicine costs you 2 to 2.5 billion euros to make for large industry. For small, nimble companies, it's easier, but it's still very, very difficult, because the body still is very black box. Amazing technology is available, but it doesn't give us a complete picture of pathophysiology, and doesn't give us a complete understanding of what our medicine's actually doing, and things it's doing which it shouldn't be doing, which we call off-target effects. So besides developing the medicine itself, we also need to try and develop the tools, the research tools, new imaging techniques, new biomarkers, new ways of actually looking into the body without cutting it up into little pieces. That always helps, so that you can really try and get an understanding. A good example is molecular imaging, and so this is what our example is about, is really being able to use imaging that combines looking at the structures, but then looking also at the molecular basis of what's going on, to see the disease and also see how the medicine is performing in it. So a few years ago, GSK came to us, and they said they would like to develop new imaging technologies around immune inflammation. Inflammation, immunology, very, very, very complex area of biology, because it's so multivariate. And they wanted to see how imaging can help them make portfolio decisions for their drug development. So the first lucky part of this is that somebody knew we existed and trusted us to drop this question with us. And that's not, I think, that's one of the first challenges we've already discussed this morning. So we're able to identify 6 or 7 of our leading institutions that covered the clinic, the biology, the radiopharmacy, the medical physics, etc., to be able to say, yes, we can actually cover this and really help you by bringing together academic strengths. So what we did is we concluded a framework agreement where we have this whole basket of options with different funding types. Okay, if it's contract research, then these are the intellectual property considerations, the quality considerations, the auditing, etc. If it's collaborative research, this is how we share the intellectual property, etc. That took us 12 months to negotiate, but then after that, every project contract takes 2 weeks and it's 2 pages. So it was building a long-term portfolio solution to be able to work together long-term in a specific area. And we covered all these different types, also being able to foresee external funding as well. So leveraging this collaboration and being able to go get money from elsewhere. So what this has done, starting in 2017, led into a lot of projects, very exciting for us, still very difficult. This is just the beginning. These projects still have a long way to go, but what we're able to do here is really bring together the 2 worlds, where the academic creativity, the world-class knowledge of the biology, the great ideas around these imaging concepts, but then running out of the understanding of how to turn this into an industrial process. How do I clinically validate this and let the world know they can use this tool? So that's where GSK came in. So for GSK, it's really accessing that academic expertise, that clinical expertise, but the academics also can access the resources of GSK as well. This is fully financed by GSK, every single project, 100% financed by GSK, but the intellectual property stays with the academics. GSK just wants the tools to be able to make decisions, but they don't want to own the imaging, the actual imaging outputs. But and then the shorter time to contract helps the long-term partnership, helps them the portfolio to keep strong as well. The industrial funding coming into the academic innovation process, but not just the funding, the expertise and the resources as well, getting their hands on specialized facilities, regulatory expertise and that kind of thing, so that we actually can create a translational trajectory that's not just academic. Because in life sciences, we have a big problem where academia is driven to publications. Publications results are not the same as the data set you need to actually industrially develop something. There is a gap. And being able to fix that gap is very important. And I think that's where we fall down a little bit in academically funded research. Is that the research, yeah, it's almost like that the research is very academically focused. It says it's translational, but nobody would invest money on those results because it's not yet translational enough. That was it. I think a lot to discuss today because there are so many detailed issues, I think, around the innovation process and public-private collaboration, where it's really about a willingness and a mindset more than technologies or anything else. How to use the technologies and how to point everybody in the same direction towards the patient or the application, I think is key. Thanks.
I think this is a great example of orchestrating innovation. So I thank you for this example. It also shows, looking at Ed's presentation, it shows that it's not a one-trick pony what you do. You need to connect it to all different kinds of elements. So try to support the entire innovation chain. That's a very tricky business, but that's what it makes the valorization happen, I think. Cover all your bases. So the next speaker is Philippe Schack. So when I read your resume, I think, oh, that's a great guy. He's a chemical engineer, because I'm also a chemical engineer, of course. But then it reminded me also of the time that I was discussing with my daughter. She did her graduation and she said, "Daddy, could you help me with chemistry?" And I looked at the book and I said, "No, I don't do that anymore." So he's the managing director of the IMIRI. So that's about energy, different area again. And he's dealing with IPR issues also. So that's also quite an interesting thought, because that's a very tricky business to create those industry research collaborations. But he's also in the ESFRI European partnership. So that's also interesting how that is set up and how you can further explore that. So, Philippe.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for having me with you today. So I'm not going to talk about energy. I'm not going to talk about IP. I'm going to talk about a new initiative we are trying to set up. And I saw my good friend José, who joined us, who is there, who is also very instrumental in this one. The idea here is really to reinforce all the different communities which are dealing with materials, whether they are producing, designing, developing materials, or whether they are transforming these materials, integrating them into components, articles, products, and systems. And at the end of the day, also being able to recycle these materials so that we will be able to close the loop and really to go for this circular economy. So this initiative has been initiated a little bit more than 1 year ago by submitting officially a manifesto that was written by different FDOs and companies involved in materials to Commissioner Gabriel, and the idea was really to initiate a new governance really on materials, on advanced materials that was a little bit missing under Horizon Europe. What we would like to do, to be blunt, is to have a new European partnership on advanced material that really would be reinforcing all the ecosystem on materials. So we have been working for a little bit more than 1 year with between 4 different technology platforms. So EMIRI is one of these. The other one are Manufuture, UMAT, and SUSCHEM. And so what we are really willing to achieve, the ambition of the initiative, is to set up this multi-sectorial accelerator for the design, development, and uptake of safe and sustainable advanced materials towards the circular economy. So everything is in this sentence. And as you can anticipate, we see a lot of potential and benefit really to include research infrastructures and technology infrastructures in the full picture, so that really all these expertise and services which are available in research infrastructures and technology infrastructure really can be also leveraged in this to achieve this acceleration. I'm not going to repeat. I think that this resonates a lot with the previous presentations. The issue of the time to market when you develop a new material, it's typically between 10 and 20 years, depending on the application. That's not something that is fitting with the urgency that we are facing now with the global challenges with climate, also with the recent crisis, which showed that we need to be more sustainable and more, we need to have a stronger strategic autonomy in Europe, dealing with critical raw materials, for example, dealing with energy. So all these aspects need to be really tackled now and not only with the new materials coming in 20 years from now. So we need to accelerate the development and also to deal with how to bring these materials much more quicker on the market. So the way we want to do that is by really defragmenting really the landscape of all the stakeholders. And that's really what we, so with the global picture, the scope is quite challenging as such, because it's really, we need to bring together those who are really active on every segment of a circular and advanced materials value chain, starting from those who are discovering, designing, producing the materials, then including also those who will be transforming, integrating these materials into products and systems, to make sure that we will understand the behavior, the aging of materials during the life, the use phase of the products, and at the end of use, being able really to recover these materials by having an appropriate information and the appropriate processes really to deal with this. So we want to be very inclusive, to include all those who are actively contributing to these different steps. And keeping in mind that we want also to do that in a very close coordination with the needs of the different markets, starting from healthcare and up to the electronics, but also concerning construction, energy, transport, home and personal care, packaging, agriculture and textiles. And this list is not exhaustive. These are really the 9 strategic innovation markets that have been identified, but the other could be educator. And how we want to do that is really by leveraging on really cross multidisciplinary enabling technologies. One big chapter will be dealing about the digitalization of the research process, but also the digitalization of the traceability of materials all over the life of the products, by really better connecting and really working hand in hand with those who are in charge of developing the production, processing, characterization technologies, and definitely that's where we touch really the research infrastructures and the technology infrastructures, and this needs to be done also in very consistently with the upcoming policy and regulations, dealing, for example, with the waste directive, dealing with the eco design conception, the eco conception directive, dealing with the circular economy action plan, and so on. So all this will be really, let's say, our playground, and the way we want really to focus or the needs that have been identified across these different innovation markets that really will be tackled by this initiative, appearing here on this slide. With, of course, the first one is that we want to have all the new developments really producing safe and sustainable solutions. So that's a must. you know about the safe and sustainable by design approach, which is now promoted by the Commission, that will be also supported by this initiative. We want to have materials which are more resilient, so relying less on critical raw materials. We need to have materials which are more resource efficient, materials which are really circular, which allow to close the loop, materials also which are renewable, not so depending on fossil based, and all the new materials like graphene and others, which are still at a quite low level of development that needs to be further matured and to find their way up to the appropriate application. So all these really are the ambition and the different domains where we want to work. We've identified a list of 8 areas for actions for this initiative, and one is dealing with support for innovation uptake and the access to infrastructure and services, and that's really where I call for your contribution to this. This initiative is still under development. We are now under discussion with the Commission, really, to make sure that our proposal will be considered in the upcoming process for deciding on the batch of the few additional partnerships that will be launched for the second phase of Horizon Europe. The ambition is not to have something that will last only for 3 years, but to have something that will be initiated now, starting working in 24-25, and that will last also over the next framework program. I think that's it. So what we see, we are really calling for this cross-sectorial European partnership on advanced materials. We want to have it really very some kind of a flagship that will be really centered on Pillar 2 of Horizon Europe, but that will be strongly connected also with the other funding instruments. And research infrastructures indeed is one of the important programs where we see a lot of synergies to be developed with. So that's really the ambition that we have today. Please have a look at our website. We have published this strategic materials agenda. You are more than welcome to join and to contribute really to the upcoming work on we are going to start now working on a strategic research innovation agenda that will be really framing the work programs for the next year, for the 10 years to come. Hopefully, if the Commission really, if the Commission and the Member States support this initiative, which from what we heard up to now is quite probable. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Philippe. Yes, I think you can see some kind of a pattern emerging here, because this was also about orchestrating all those different elements and trying to steer them together towards a purpose. And that's also, hope that's not a gun, because someone doesn't like me, or no. It is also about creating that kind of connection between all the different stakeholders with all their different interests, and trying to forge them together to go towards one common goal. And infrastructures are critical for that. But then, if you want to create those infrastructures, you need to get into that kind of mechanisms. Perhaps I summarize it or in this way, and you agree with it. So our last speaker is Angeles. Yes, she's from CERN, connected to CERN. She is a full researcher in that kind of stuff. For me, it's stuff, because I don't know what it is, of course. But what is important is that she's chair of the Industry Advisory Board. And that's where the valorisation comes in. So, Angeles.
Difficult. Okay. No slides. Perfect.
made by the MAC forward. Yes.
Well, so the infrastructure failed us.
You see accelerators in a rather technology, rather complex technology, and this is maybe the reason why it's not working. Okay, wait.
In the meantime, I can also, Ricardo, can I give you the floor for what's gonna go after this? Because we can take that time already.
I think we can find some entertainment. It's already done?
Oh.
All right. I think it's solved.
Okay.
I will keep the entertainment for a few minutes later.
You put down? Maybe. Let's do more. Wait, not I could do this. Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I think that now we change our paradigm because this is a rather different thing. I'm the pleasure also to be the I.FAST International Industrial Advisory Board Chair. This means that I'm in the middle of these complex things, helping a little to the industry just to understand how this complex is, this world of the accelerators. In fact, I'm not coming here to talk about the big accelerators or the big science that we already know, like the LHC or something like this, okay? Because these are the drivers of many other things. But today I'm here just to talk about any other kind of accelerator, that more than 4,000 that are used in the everyday life, but you don't realize that behind this, really there is an accelerator, some of them with a very high technology developments, okay? You will see that we have accelerators, for instance, in the health sector. This means that they are treating the cancer, doing the imaging. This imaging that it has been used in the MRI, for instance, or in the beds is an accelerator. After there is also accelerator in the energy sector. This means they are dealing, for instance, with the waste of the reactive. They are also doing new ways, for instance, of taking or having other energy. There are also working for help in the environment. This means that they are treating, for instance, wastewater or sludge, just to treating an hygienization of these sludge. After, there are also used in many of the manufacturing process. There are an accelerator, even if you don't know. This means even for treating this table, it has been treated with an electron beam accelerator to get this nice surface, for instance. And after, we have also dealing with the security in the airports, in the trains, even in the containers when they have to be, there is an accelerator. So they are small one, but an accelerator. And also, as it has been helping in the analysis of the materials, in the synchrotron radiation, in the neutron sources, as has been explained in the ESFRI, for instance, or in the ESS. Okay, go ahead. But all of this current application, mainly in health and industry, they are using rather old technology compared to the technology that we have in the big accelerators, okay? This means that plenty of the performance of this is really very limited because they are using this. Much research, I think that it has to be put, is our mission, just to get more efficient, performing, compact, and just using the new approaches in the industry. This means that we have to invest in having the superconducting magnet channel ref cavities that we are using for many of last 30 years. They are using the labs, but they are not using the industry. This means we need just to fill this gap. The other one, for instance, we need new compact accelerator configuration. Compact means passing from hundreds of meters to meters. This means that we have now in the labs things that are accelerating 100 MeV per meter, or for instance, even 100 GeV per meter. This means is having accelerators like this, or even like this. You see here, this is an accelerator, just like this, okay? And after, we have also, for the manufacturing process, we have to involve the additive manufacturing that is able to do a small dimension, high precision, small series, all of these things. And finally, and last but not least, it has to be efficiency, efficient, sustainable, and low carbon footprint. This means that we need to think also about to have high efficiency power sources for this accelerator. Okay, go ahead. What is the role of the research infrastructure and the technology infrastructure in this complex device that is an accelerator? In fact, this accelerator research infrastructure are really very unprecedented and very big accelerators. As you could see here, there is example LHC, the European XFEL, this is here ISS, or for instance, IFMIF. Okay, all of this has been possible because we have technology infrastructure, a network of technology infrastructure that are providing to us the necessary accelerator components. There are plenty of different accelerator components, and we have also the expertise just to run this in close collaboration with the industries. We could not do this alone. Okay, I will be fast. This means that we have technology infrastructure, plenty of them in different categories. This means there are technology infrastructure that are facilitating, for instance, the construction of this accelerator component, the test of this. We have also testing the materials that we are using for these accelerator components, or for instance, we are doing the cleaning and assembly, the alignment, and all of these things. There is a complete information on this in this webpage, that is the Amici web page, where all these things are just. And now I want to show you an example of how one of these technologies has been introduced in the market until the complete industrialization. I have been choosing this because it's where I was working in the last 20 years, one of the projects, and this started like this. 20 years ago, we have a new design for a research infrastructure that the name is CLIP, that means compact linear collider. The most important thing here is compact. Compact means that there was a change of paradigm to have, instead of having 20 MeVs per meter just to accelerate an electron, we want to go 5 times more, that is 100 MeV per meter. This means that we have a new technology. This new technology has to be introduced not only in our research laboratories, but after we have to construct. This means during 20 years, we have been developing this in the technology infrastructure, in different kinds of technology infrastructure. We are doing all the pieces necessary for this. This means this is for instance, this is one of the cells of the superconducting RF cavities that is this. After we have working also in the powering, in the instruments, in the magnets, in plenty of all of these things, in collaboration with all of these industries, SMEs and very large, okay? And finally, we are, after 10 to 20 years, we have a mature technology that we could go for applications. Applications are a completely different world. This means that now one of the most nice example is that thanks to this technology, we are constructing a radiotherapy center based in the electrons with collaboration with one of the companies, with one of the institutes, and we will have a new kind of therapy made with electrons and constructed with this. Okay. Just to see what are the challenges, and has been what are the R&D challenges that we have. That is, for sure, this is compact, efficient, robust, reliable, cheaper, and mobile. And after, we could not do this alone. We have to do this with the industries. And we have been doing this with the industries. This means health application, for instance. I take this example because it's one of the more appealing. Radiotherapy is just an annual market of 6 billion per year. This means we have growth rate of 7%. This is very, very attractive with a lot of potential. But there is new approach that has to be made, not only to improve the results, but also to open new indication at this VHE, that is very high electron energy, but there is another one, many others. Attention has to be paid not only also to, for instance, to the superconducting magnets that are changing, for instance, the countries in the proton therapy center, or for instance, the MRIs. Okay, all of these things I read, I give you this, that you read it. The same for in the industrial application sector, for instance, and that is, for instance, Europe is one of the leadings of this industrial thing. We have 1 billion euros of growth national product in the EU. This means there is a high potential in the very low and low energy electrons. There are very simple accelerators like this, that just could change the parameter in many of the industries. There are also the energy application, the security one, the photon, and I think that this is the last, and I don't want to forget the education. This means one of the things that is more important in all of this is the impact that it has in the education. We have to develop a staff skill in technological, clinical security and industrial areas to better tie together these areas. It's very difficult really to train scientists, technicians and engineers in the use of the accelerator technologies. And for instance, the networking that we have in all of the EU project during all of this year, starting with NLI, we have NLI, UCAR 2, we have OMA, we have even Amici Ditanet, the compact light areas, and now we have I.FAST. This means these are crucial tools for us just to the training of the industries and of the academia. First, I want just to say as last word that the times have changed a lot. This means that we have around the accelerator a growing network of companies. Most of them are SMEs that are run by scientists or a spin-off from an accelerator. This means that are creative, flexible, innovative, that are continuously looking to the new markets. And I think that the research infrastructure and technology infrastructure should help really to these companies to grow and create. This means we have to sustain this, what we call the virtuous circle of the innovation. And we don't have to forget to demonstrate the social and economical impact of all of these accelerators. And I think that this is all.
Thank you.
This is for girls.
Yeah, I think this is also that last picture over here with the circle is very important to keep that in mind. Angeles just told me also before we started that one of the things that she was engaged in getting an open place for people from industry just to come and work for their organization. And that wasn't hard, it was hard to fill it in with actual people. So ask her about that, or I will. So we now wrapped up the panel discussion. We've got about 3/4 of an hour left for you. So I can ask questions, but it's up to you now. So who's got a question to the panel? Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Thank you. Thanks for great presentations. Really appreciate it. Well, I mean, we're talking here about valorization. I'm Adam from RISE, by the way. I've already introduced myself earlier. So nevertheless, we talked about the valorization, and still we don't hear very much about things like value or things like revenue. We talk a lot about cost, but we don't really mention the money coming in from these projects, how big they are. So I would like to ask Nikolai, for instance, the 28 billion euros that Denmark put into this project. What is the return? What is the return on investment? When will Denmark get its money back? And I would like to ask Ed. I forgot Ed's question. Yes, since BASF is doing what at your place, the things that are vastly cheaper, aren't you undercharging them? Shouldn't they pay more? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Nikolai.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for a very good question. I've been asking myself the same thing. I look back and then I say at some point it was also decided in Denmark that wind turbines would be subsidized by the government. This is 30 years ago, and they had some demonstration projects and people were saying, you're crazy, that's never going to be a stable energy source or anything. Right now we have two of the top 5 wind turbine manufacturers are Danish companies. Leading wind producer is Danish, part of the General Electric now. Installers of offshore parks, the main companies are also located in Denmark. So basically, when that whole thing started, I mean, the payback for the Danish society has been huge in workplaces and revenues. I think what the politicians have realized now is that the energy islands could do the same thing. if I may sort of digress a little bit, but on the same topic, I mean, for us, I'm also in a sister organization to RISE. We're always looking for sort of the market defects. Why doesn't it happen? So why, I mean, if companies want technology infrastructures or research infrastructures, why don't they just pay for them? And really, I think it's a very interesting discussion to dig into. And also I see that as one of the main contributions from technology infrastructure into this area is that we have the contact with the companies. We know what actually creates value. So we're not sitting inside an office trying to invent a need. We actually talk to the companies. So that may be controversial, and maybe I pass on the mic to Ed, and he can also comment on that.
Thanks for the question. I wonder that as well. Our job, I don't know if this is controversial or not, our job is not to make a profit. Our job, our mission, we're funded by taxpayers, is to help Europe, as you said, help industry. If we can do it cheaper, better and faster, great. That's fantastic. We already do that with tomography. Tomography in the synchrotron is better, faster, higher quality than you can do with a home source. It'll be more cost effective. Structural biology, we're faster, better, more cost effective than in-house source. AstraZeneca in Sweden has chucked out the in-house source, now relies on Diamond, us and a couple of other light sources to supply their data. It's great. RI tech, it's up there and it works well. So we can make it available at a decent cost-effective price whilst respecting cost recovery, because that's our kind of core mission. Why not?
Debate? Yes. Are there people that want to respond on this?
Hi, I'm Leuven from the INESC infrastructure. It's on ecosystems, but nevertheless. About the pricing for industry, for the big, unique infrastructures, okay. Why don't they have a model like the smaller ones, where there's laws against having non-competitive prices from publicly funded infrastructures? For example, if you do genomics or proteomics, you're not allowed to give a price that's much lower than the private sector offer. And what the industry pays for is the intellectual knowledge. That's a huge benefit that comes from doing it at a public lab. So when you're at synchrotron, obviously there's no private competition, or maybe there are some, not in Europe. So yes, I agree, there needs to be a top up, because it's not just about cost recovery. It's about feeding the whole machine. I mean, it's not just the cost, the unit cost of that particular thing, is the years of investment that's gone in to make it. And exactly, and you're then invest just one drop, being invested for 20 years. So there needs to be a top up on the bigger infrastructures. And it's the same as for the smaller one.
Yeah, interesting thought here, because what's the balance between what business should pay and what research infrastructures need to get from public authorities? Does the Commission have a view on this? Can I ask you, or would it be a little bit awkward?
Well, it is a little bit awkward. I think, well, we on the side of the Commission have a different mission, because we try to create the conditions and support research infrastructure in finding their way towards sustainability. But they all, I mean, as Ed mentioned, there is no one size fits all, and that's also true for sustainability of RIs and for how they cover their costs. So our mission is to, from the side of the EU, is to facilitate and provide the added value that can be done at the European level. But we cannot engage in the financial models of every single research infrastructure. That is not appropriate. It's not our role. But we do need to recognize that there are different models, and we also need to think about the future and future upgrades and the further development of the services, etc. We are trying to help, but we can also not cover all the costs, and the public sector cannot cover all the costs either.
So Commission very much about European collaboration, and the member states also need to come up with some support. From my experience also, if you have SMEs using equipment or at free cost, they will very often not value exactly that service. So in my experience, you always need to charge an SME at least some money. Is there another problem that you would like to bring to the floor?
Could I just respond to that comment? I mean, if the commission can't dictate it in that manner, but for certain facilities, you could always provide rules on how to calculate the unit cost of service. You're not interfering with that business model. It's in the overhead. Yes, so
for EU-funded access, we do provide guidelines on how to calculate costs, unit costs.
I would like to go to a next topic. Or do you want to resolve still?
It's as Dominik hinted, right? It's really, really difficult. We're in the research infrastructure network put in place by the French government. This calculation of costs is a complete mess. The French facilities, it's a nightmare, right? CNRS, they don't know how to do it. At the ESFRI, we're a society civil, so we can do it. It's easy. But actually calculating these costs is a blocking point for some of the RIs to actually work with industry. Get rid of it and just work in a sensible way with industry. And if it's cheap, great.
Yes,
you want to raise another topic.
Yeah, I had a new topic for that. Okay. In life sciences, the value of death, right? We saw earlier in the presentation, there's that blip where academia is really busy doing lots of great inventing stuff, and there's a big gap, and then industry gets involved later on when it's sufficiently de-risked. And for the life of me, I think the biggest problem in that valley of death is not the resources, but that who's driving it. Because academia's job is to do science, right? To develop publications, develop knowledge for knowledge's sake. Industry only picks it up later when it's been de-risked. There is no driver whose mission it is to push that knowledge through those various different validation steps till it's ready for industrial uptake. I don't know if there's a similar problem outside of life sciences, but in life sciences, we lack those drivers, champions whose mission it is to take something to the patients. And I'd love to hear from the other sectors as well if this is a similar issue.
Depends on the sector. I think that I'm from the academia, but not the real academia. It's the engineering thing, and we are doing things together really with the industries. This means all the things that we are doing in accelerator, they are a part of the design, but we need an industrial partner just to do the things. They are doing this for us. We are thinking that there are two kinds of things in industry. There are the suppliers, where you buy something that is already made, and after, when you develop something with them. This is completely different, because in such a case, you could just, but it has to be since the beginning. You could not include the industrial partners when you have all the things, because there is a different way even of developing the things if it's made by the industrial engineer and by the scientific engineer. And this is completely different. You have to include this since the beginning. They just involve them in the projects, like in I.FAST, we have some of the things. For instance, now in the HTS, we are doing some in the high temperature superconducting. We are trying to do this with the suppliers, because if not, it's completely different.
Scientists, industry, different mindsets, trying to align them from the beginning and try to charge them a little bit, but not too much. So, is there another question? Yes.
Okay, so it's for Martin. So my question is, so what are the success ingredients to create this master agreement between 150 research institutes and a company that must have at least 150 lawyers? So how are you able to pull that off?
Thanks. No, it wasn't 150 institutes, it's 7 institutes that were the leading institutes in immunoinflammation. But indeed, the secret that, and I think this is a big secret to public-private collaboration that the infrastructures don't realize, in life sciences especially, you need expertise in cross-sectoral collaboration. You need a lawyer who knows how to draft an agreement. You need a business developer who understands how to make both sides find win-win scenarios and be able to cover all the bases. So the secret, I think, is having the competence in-house And as Beatrice says, the trusted third party was able to say, we see your problem here. How about if you try this on this side? And maybe then both sides are happy with that. So the trusted third party concept is very important. And when infrastructure starts up, they need to, if they want to do PPP, you need to have those competences in-house.
How are you organizing that?
Well, we are not yet really organizing it, but I wanted to share my experience in my previous job. I was working with Solvay in Lyon, and there is a nice ecosystem there of open innovation, which is called Axel One. Maybe some of you know this one. So it was a collaborative project really that was built with also building infrastructures and offering services to SMEs to join the infrastructure, the premises, and to be supported in all the upscaling of the technologies in the field of materials and processes. And indeed, this aspect is very important. If you don't have a framework agreement that they can really rely on, which is more or less a kind of a adhesion contract, then it's not efficient. You need to have something which is in place, and people adhere to it, or they go away. But if otherwise, it takes too much time and too much effort really to develop this. So there is really an added value in having this framework which is in place. And this example was really bringing together big companies, the university, and the region, and the metropole de Lyon also really who build this ecosystem, and really developing this kind of project really to build the bridges between academia. And that's also answering to the previous question. I think that the role of the technology infrastructure is also this kind of facilitator, that being a kind of facilitator between really all the different communities, and that's very important role. And who should be the driver? That's something quite tricky. I think that if there is really value in the results of the competitive project that can be funded by Horizon Europe or others, it should be possible to find a company that will be willing to take it over and to mature it. The way is to provide the environment that will facilitate and de-risk also this decision.
So it's about creating a kind of a governance structure that allows quick step-in of third parties, customers, or other partners from the beginning to include it. I would like to go to the audience, if I may.
May I add something? The example from Ed is interesting because we are trying to get a buffer now between the different partners that are the intermediate companies. So, and the example from Ed is interesting because BASF is at the moment trying to have a spin-off from BASF acting as an intermediate companies. In that case, this challenge with the different contracts is solvable because the intermediate company is handling this. We try, as I'm coming from DESI in Hamburg, we try to have more of this type of intermediate companies as an extension of our competence, and have a direct contact. This type of companies has a direct contact to the user at the end, the industry.
Spin out kind of strategies. You need to connect that.
Yeah, but we have also in Europe about 2 handful specialized companies that are only intermediaries between industry and large-scale research infrastructures in neutron and photon science.
Good, thank you. There was a question over there. Please name an organization.
Caldeira from INESC. So let me build a little bit on this discussion, because actually I think it's the most important one. This is an event between research infrastructure and technology infrastructure. When we're talking about valorization, I think that all or most of all examples were between research organizations and infrastructures and companies.
let me tell you that I think that the major customer of research infrastructures for valorization are not companies directly, are actually the technological infrastructures. And what I would like to hear, if any, is if there is an experience or if there is success stories of relations between, organized relations between research infrastructures and technology infrastructures for knowledge valorization. Because let's be frank, the number of companies capable of working directly with the research infrastructure is a very small percentage of all European companies. So if we don't find the appropriate channels to reach these SMEs, the big majority of companies, and those are mainly dealing with technological infrastructure. Of course, we will leave them out of this pipeline of knowledge. So my question is, do we have, let's say, real good stories, cases of a structured relation between research infrastructures and technological infrastructures for knowledge valorization?
So yeah, so you're going to... Yeah, okay.
I could answer you. You want to answer? Okay. That I think that in the case of the accelerators, this is the case. This is real the place where we have the technology infrastructure that are just possibilitating to us to have the research infrastructure, and after also the contrary. This means that it's sure that we don't have the companies are supplying to us through this technology infrastructure. The big research infrastructure could not be possible if we don't have the network of technology infrastructure in accelerators. Forget it. There is no any company that will construct all of these things. We are doing this in collaboration with the industries. This means that for doing a big research infrastructure, whatever it is, even the ESFRI or even the LHC or any other accelerator, we rely in the technology infrastructure that we have in all the laboratories, at least in accelerator. This is just we could not do high superconducting magnets if we don't have the technology infrastructure for this. There is no any company that is giving this off the shelf, a part of the components. This is one of the places, for instance.
How is DTI organized?
Yeah, no, we discussed this a lot, and actually what we're doing right now, to not answer your question, is to say that we do it in a very ad hoc basis. We see where do we have industry that are interested in these services, what do we need to set up, other people are doing the same thing. Like you mentioned, in residual stress, I'm deeply involved in European activity there. The TSMAS project on batteries is a place where ESRF were heavily involved with both RTOs and universities. I guess there's Fraunhofer has a setup even for battery testing, I think, at ESRF. So these are sort of very needle pin ad hoc thing where you see and need, and then you develop that.
Why not?
But,
why not?
And actually, that's the next level. So what we'll be doing in the RITIFI project, which I hope to get out of it at least, is exactly finding the structures that work. Because I mean, you don't want to spend a lot of time setting out a structure if you're not going to use it. So find out how do we find the best way to collaborate here is, I think, one of the big aims of the project.
Sophie, are you listening?
Two very quick examples. One, Fraunhofer, Germany is very, very generous at the moment. We're quite successful in getting the BMBF grants. One of them came through the BMBF through Fraunhofer. They invested about 5 million euros in an ESFRI beamline for high-end tomography, unique facility worldwide. This comes through a Fraunhofer facility in Germany that scans trucks, airplanes, big stuff. Huge accelerator they put things through. We complement that with a different scale of tomography. We're now working with Fraunhofer EZRT, which has signed the structural collaboration agreement, call it what you will, where they have a privileged access to our facility, not at cost recovery because they've invested. So we have a specific way of doing things, but we'll be going out co-marketing, co-working with them. They know how to use the tomography data, and we hope to see Bosch, BMW, Audi, whomever coming over from Germany and using the facility. Second example, you mentioned the battery testing. This is done with a group of academics. It's less structural, but they've set up a battery abuse system on one of our beam lines, which is almost TI level, it's battery testing. But we're now seeing clients, which we're not allowed to name, coming over from worldwide and using this facility to put batteries in there. They burn them, they explode them, and they watch what's going on in real time with radiography. Can't be done anywhere else in the world. And that's thanks to this sort of this TI RTO-like arrangement we have for that facility. Great. Can I throw some more examples? Okay. I think a weird example is one where IATRIS is actually acting as a technology infrastructure. CERN developed a federated learning system and an algorithm that they use for testing their equipment. And we're actually applying it into medical practice to see if we can use it to predict which patients that have suffered stroke are high risk for remission. So IATRIS, medical institutes, hospitals are the technology infrastructure. And the equipment is actually the patients. So I think it's actually quite a fascinating example. Another nice one is we're coordinating a large EC-funded project, thank you very much, to do medicines repurposing, so new diseases for old medicines. And Fraunhofer there is providing very, very important drug screening services there in this entire value chain. But in this value chain, we also have industry, the generics industry, the pharmaceutical industry, we have patient representatives, we have research funders inside the consortium, because we're trying to create a whole ecosystem, because without any one of those actors, we can't complete the value chain. It's so interdisciplinary, and it's so important for us to look up out of our silos and look at all the sectors that have an influence on the success.
Great. I think this struck a chord, and I think some answers are there. Yes. The correlation to research infrastructures and technology infrastructures is critical to success for the knowledge valorization. So thank you for this question. Are there other questions? Yes.
So my name is Pablo. I come from eBrights, the great research infrastructure. And what we heard in very inspirational talks, many thanks for those, at the beginning was basically on the one hand, agenda-focused approaches with the strategic advanced materials 2030 agenda being, prime example, and then more demand-driven approaches where it's either, you're a strategic partner, like I would assume GSK would be in Anton's case, or more SMEs community in the accelerators case. But my question would be how to sort of arrive at the right equilibrium between being prescriptive, setting your agenda for X number of years to come, and being nimble and reactive and flexible with respect to what specific industrial partners might want you to do.
Great question.
No easy answer to that. I think that's very sector specific, but I think you always have to be at the cutting edge of what people need. But the thing is, you can't be too cutting edge because your technologies need to be validated in the research question that the companies want, because you have to, the variable is their product. So I think it's being able to be on their critical path. And I think a lot of our research infrastructure colleagues struggle to be able to sell the solution to somebody else's problem. They're selling their technical gadget, but they don't know how to say, your problem is this, and I can fix it with this machine and with this expertise. So I think not only being nimble on being at the cutting edge, but also being able to be on the company's critical path and know their strategic problems is a very important part of selling to industry.
Great. And what I think is think in Jones acting steps. I think for the research infrastructures, you need to have that vision, that more appealing vision, and that the different elements from industry can fit in that. Because, well, Steve Jobs being successful because he coined something where there was not real demand, but he just put it there, and then instantaneously there was a demand. So that mechanism, you need to support that mechanism. Who can I ask another question? You've got 8 minutes left, 5 minutes left. So time for one question still. Shall I give the phone to you?
Thank you. Someone over there at the panel mentioned the valley of death and the difficulties companies have or organizations have on intermediate TRLs. I would like to look at it slightly differently and say that the innovation support system is today in Europe very hourglass shaped, which means that at lower TRL, there's plenty of support. You can get quite a lot of money fairly easily. Until maybe TRL 3 or something, 4 maybe, and then the bottleneck starts to shrink on you. And it's not until you reach the higher TRLs 8 or 9 where you can actually get real support again from other sources, not public sources, but private sources. It used to be a bit easier a couple of years ago when you could attract Chinese capital, but today we don't do that. So, which means that some very young technology companies can today be bought for very little money. So my question is, can we do something about this hourglass shape of the innovation support system?
That's interesting. So how to cross the valley of death?
No easy answer. It's so the valley of death is kind of boring science, right? Because you're trying to validate stuff and do everything to quality, but you're not discovering anything new. So academia is not interested. Companies not going to pick it up because it's probably rubbish. Because especially in life sciences, at that early stage, TRL 2, 3, 4, it's got a 99% chance of not being correct or good. So they have every right to wait until somebody's de-risked it. It is a public good. The valley of death is a public good. What we're not doing well is getting stuff ready for the valley of death. So the basic science isn't good enough in life sciences, and I'm only speaking for life sciences here. I have no experience elsewhere. We're not generating science outputs that are exploitable. They're publishable, but they're not exploitable. And if we can fix that problem, that's half the problem solved already. Because there is money for the valley of death, but there's just not enough good science and good support in the science infrastructure. So we need a whole cross-sectoral push, especially in academia with the support systems, the TTOs having sufficient resources to have the expertise to really help projects not only be publishable, but exploitable when the science comes through.
And I think in that regard, there is something that have not been touched yet, which is about the importance of managing data. The researchers like to publish really successful results, never those who are failing. And there is a huge amount of knowledge which is also embedded in this, maybe 90% of all the data which is generated, which is unfortunately not available. And I think that's really a challenge now. And we have now, I think we have the tools, we have the computer's capacity to also structure, to manage this data and to exploit this data with the tools which are now coming in. And that's, I think, we were talking about technology infrastructures. I think we were very much focusing on really hard premises. I think that we should also include in these technology infrastructures the digital infrastructure that can be also delocalized, but that really will be organized in a way that these data will not be lost and will be exploitable.
Yes, and AI kicks in, and I'm sure the Commission listens to this quite nicely, because I think there's something already also around on these kind of issues, the data infrastructure. And so, yeah, David, because I'm looking at us in 2014.
Okay. No.
You remember?
Yes, I do. So one of my questions, I guess, would be for the panel coming from CEA and having gone through, let's say, an evolution where our technology infrastructures went from, I would say, majority funded by government to now majority funded by industry. And at some point, what you find is that you can go too far and you become, let's say, piloted by industry, and you kind of lose sight of what your what are the real objectives of your organization, what's your real role, and you can get off track as well. And so one of the questions that I would have is, what you feel is a good, I would say, percentage that should come from industry, and how do you make sure that you don't lose sight of keeping your core competence and making sure that you are scientifically, let's say, astute and you know, a leader in that respect, because you know, when you have a very small part that comes from government, and then you also have that the tax guy who's saying you should maybe have a taxable status and not a non-taxable status, which becomes very annoying. So
yeah, because this step between the research and the complete market expansion is also about having specific knowledge and specific access to certain elements. So that's a very important thing to have on board already in either the technology infrastructures or research infrastructure. But what could you answer David's question?
For the ISRAF, somehow it's easy. We're a société civile de droit français, so we're limited to 10% of our annual income as commercial income. Above that, suddenly we're vatable. So it's never going to be in our interest to go above 10%. If not, we'll spin it off. There's no point in spinning it off if we're below 10%, because otherwise the spin-off becomes vatable. So whilst we're still below 10%, we keep it all in the house. So that provides some kind of limit, but we're well away from 10% at the moment. We earn 2.5 million from commercial income per year.
So we're coming to the end of the panel discussion. I would like the panelists to just have one snippet that you can say, one sentence, what you took out of this discussion. Who can I give the floor the first time? For first. One snippet, one sentence.
Connect.
For us is the virtuous of the innovation cycle. That's keeping the innovation cycle.
Good.
Yeah, I was very intrigued about the question about what drives the transition towards over the valley of death, which I think we all need to ask ourselves if we're driving or where we are in that process.
Good.
We'd like to work more with the RTOs.
Interdisciplinarity, I think, is essential.
Good. Thank you all.
And thank you.
So now it's up to me to just moderate a little bit the outcomes of the different panel discussions, and I am going to keep this short. So I'll just give the floor to the rapporteurs to tell a little bit about the outcomes, the main messages that we can take home in order to use in our further work in the RITIFI. So who can I give the floor? Can I give you the floor?
Yes, I can use my notes. Good afternoon to you all. My name is José and I'm the rapporteur for the Microelectronics School. We had a very enthusiastic discussion. It was very interesting to see that among the different nationalities around the table, we share more or less the same problems. So I will wrap it up very fast. I have changed the questions and let's say the slides, but let's start with the first one. What are the most important challenges facing Europe within this team? And the main ones was that the European Union has been focused on things like societal challenges, and microelectronics has been considered for years as a commodity that is there. And this is not true to face the societal changes. There is a huge development and changes in the microelectronics area, not only on fabrication, but also on design. And this focus on many other areas led to the reduction of boundaries and advanced technologies in Europe, the reduction of attractiveness for people, which led to the reduction of students and lack of human resources in micro and nano electronics, and also the aging of researchers and educators in this area. So we have lost know-how, we have lost fabrication capability, and we have lost qualified personnel. So the second one was the one that I changed, which was what are the main barriers preventing challenges in being solved? And we just try to put a more positive attitude, and we put how can we recover from those problems. And we think we can pick up on the perception that microelectronics that has changed in the last years. So due to this strong industry transformation, it was seen that microelectronics is still a very important field. And there are many new applications due to this IoT industry 4.0 and so on and so forth that can foster a new industry and that uses microelectronics as a key enabling technology. There is also a perception that there is the need to reduce supply chains that was found during COVID. And during the actual geopolitical situation, the need to reduce dependency from many other areas. So some solutions is to use common structures, create locally what is possible, use larger infrastructures where they are available within Europe. So, of course, when we say create locally, we don't think about doing a CERN in every country, but for the small things that they should be more local. Invest in technologies. Europe still has the machines and still has the design capability. And what we need is that we need to ensure and increase the highly qualified human resources. And for that, we need to increase attractivity and engage more students, increase advanced training, create conditions to keep highly trained professionals and do not let them leave to other parts of the globe. We should even import talent. We should look at it as a way to increase our highly qualified human resources. And we also think that things like industrial thesis, like a kind of a Marie Curie for industry, would also be a good solution to ensure highly qualified human resources. And how would you most efficiently spend 10 million euros to support innovation in this field? This is a €1 billion business, so 10 million is too small. So we just put another zero, find 100 million. And change the question again, and we put create mechanisms to help commercializing technology, financing infrastructures, which has specific clean rooms or startup incubators or things like that, financing advanced training programs for both design or just for the design of circuits and or for clean rooms, create local common structures, as said before. And the outcome of this would be creating conditions to attract international investment and companies or startups. And here we use the Portuguese case that we know that several American companies are trying to establish themselves in Portugal. And the challenge, of course, is to find a way to maintain and improve these infrastructures, and this money would be certainly be of help for that. For the last one, being this INESC hub meeting, I would like to say that INESC and the Portuguese community has a good background on advanced analog mixed mode RF and digital IC design. We have micro and nanotechnologies devices fabrication. We also have test and characterization and complete system design. And we have advanced training through the universities. So the idea is to strengthen this up and probably among us to be even more cooperative. And this would lead for that outcome of creating conditions to attract international investment companies and stuff.
Thank you very much. I think that what's quite clear, it was about rebuilding what we have to a stronger situation. And on the other hand, it was also very much towards skills development and getting the right people again. So thank you for this. Yes,
so
go.
My turn. Good afternoon. So I'm here to talk about the main conclusions, if I can call it conclusions, of the materials and manufacturing group. So regarding the main challenges, we have a kind of reasonably long list that combines already challenges some of the barriers here. So the first one in this field is clearly the supply chain resilience. We all know the recent developments, the importance of this topic, and also, of course, how to deal with the increased complexity and diversity of materials that we have to deal, and of course then with the second point, the de-risking of the material scale-up. Not only the development of the material, but also the scale-up process that is still today a barrier in many cases for actual exploitation. And linked to this, of course, is as a third challenge is the sovereignty of Europe in this field, and also linked to this increasing speed up of the development of technological development, also as it was mentioned, of the emergency of the challenges we have in this field. Clearly, we have a big challenge in terms of make it faster, the R&D and innovation cycles. So these were, let's say, the four main ones emerging. And then some others came up with the need of mobilizing newcomers. So we need to bring more companies and particularly mid and small size companies into these innovation processes. We need also to explain to these companies, to show to these companies the value of working and of developing innovation with technological infrastructures and research infrastructures. They have to be more aware of this value so that they can come more and use more this type of infrastructures. It was already mentioned in the morning, the issue and of course the challenge linked to the access to knowledge and the management of this knowledge, and particularly how mid-size and small-size companies get access to this knowledge. And the two later challenges are the increase of the diversity and interdisciplinarity of areas that we need to deal, and of course linked to that with the competences that people need to have. And the last but not least is of course the circularity, which is again in this field of materials and manufacturing a huge challenges that will call for big changes in almost everything amongst all processes. So in terms of barriers, apart from those that some of them already mentioned that can also be seen as barrier, it's not a surprise that, of course, on the top of the list are the human resources. And the human resources at the different levels, not only the high-skilled human resources, but also the technical staff that we need to operate our laboratories. We have a big problem here, a big need, and mainly in terms of skill, but also in the number of people available in some of these areas. Again, a barrier. It's also, it was mentioned as a challenge, but it's also a barrier. Is the attention that we are able to have from industry to some of these priorities still today, and we need to increase to overcome this barrier. So we need to find ways, and we'll come back to that, how can we make sure that industry is more aware of these challenges, of these problems, and come more often to our activities. Of course, we have a third barrier, which is our appetite for risk. We are not very risk friendly society, and this is also linked to the fourth barrier, which is the entrepreneurial mentality. So we compare with other spaces, we lack some of the driving force in this area. The fifth topic is, of course, a huge barrier in many areas, in particular in the materials area, which is the regulatory framework. Still today, several changes could have been already from the technological point of view, could have been implemented. They are not because of the regulatory framework. And also, last but not least, in terms of barrier, it was mentioned, it's not the quantity of the funding, because it was more or less general opinion that actually there is funding, either public and private, but it's more sometimes the quality of the funding and the complexity to understand and to operate all the funding instruments that are available. So this is, say, the main challenges and barriers. And what we could do as technological and as technology and research infrastructures to overcome some of these challenges and barriers. The first one is, of course, education and training. We believe that these infrastructures have a major role in terms of education and training, both of the newcomers, the new students, but also people coming from industry, and particularly with a special, let's say, characteristics, which is this capability of training and transfer. So making people pass through our research and technological infrastructures to train them, PhDs, master's degrees, and things like that. And then they go to industry, and they should be, in this case, our main ambassadors. And the entry points and the contact points from our organizations to mobilize and to facilitate the access to the industry, but also the will and the need of industry to then to reuse again this infrastructure. So education and training in this, with this characteristic of training and transfer was on the top of our list. The second topic is, of course, de-risk high technologies and complex technologies. And so this capability of research and technology infrastructure to invest in high-risk technologies, and so de-risk these technologies to the industry. It was already mentioned in the morning, and it was reinforced now, the need for these research infrastructures to implement some kind of interface, links, specific functions, and specific people dedicated to the valorization and to the interface with industry, how to format knowledge in an appropriate way for valorization, for transfer, how to market this knowledge and these organizations to the stakeholders. And the stakeholders can be both industry directly, but could also be, in many cases, they are technological infrastructures and other interface organizations that can be the channel for valorization. And the fourth point is how to create the link with the industry. And this is really, in this case, it's really industry, which means sometimes it's not a question of their money, the funding, the money, but their attention, to convince them to be involved in our activities, to share with us their opinion. And in this way, it's a way to maximize or to increase the probabilities for further valorization, but also it's a way for us to get this important knowledge from the. So, as it was clearly mentioned, it's not a question only of mainly of money in this case. It's mainly to have their time. It's if we convince them to give us their time and to share with us their knowledge and their expertise. The fifth and last point that give a bit of discussion is the access to knowledge and information about the technological infrastructures and research infrastructure. Not only the access to the information about the technologies or the knowledge existing there, but also the infrastructures, the laboratories, the equipment that could be used and could be shared among also the research infrastructure and technology. And there was a big discussion here because, of course, we all already filled in a lot of questionnaires, databases, and things like that. So the big challenge is how can we create this pool of information in an efficient and effective way, so that we can take advantage of this information in a smarter way. Now there were several possibilities to discuss. Again, another portal, another questionnaire. Something imposed by the Commission. If you want to access funds, you need to fill in this information, keep it updated. And of course, we are in this era of AI. So of course, somebody came with the idea, well, let's use AI to solve this problem. At the end of the day, we were discussing that probably the best way, and even if we use AI and other ways, the best way to still maintain this information and the other informal information that is really important is to keep doing meetings like this where people can have a personal contact to discuss things. Say, hey, you know this guy, I know this guy, you have this thing. So again, these personal meetings it was understood that they will still be very important for this information exchange about these things.
So to spend 10 million euros, don't be shocked that we put it 3 suggestions, and on top of this list is keep on doing this type of meetings. So that we think that's a good way of spending the 10 million euros. Plus increasing the marketing capability of research and technology infrastructures to present and to publicize and to describe the information, the knowledge they have to the valorization process. And last but not least, I was joking with the first one, of course, is to invest in these joint education and training programs with industry. It was already mentioned before, in a way that we can educate, train people, make them aware of what we do in our organizations, and then send them to the industry to be, as I said, pillars there, anchors, but also contact points for further research and projects. Thank you very much.
I think what struck me in your feedback was that it is a little bit like microelectronics, but you've got a certain position still, but that the importance is becoming more and more important, more larger for the addressing the challenges of tomorrow. And then also, and that's the connection, is the connection between industry and research, that it needs to be further further developed, and also looking at the training components, the human capacities that needs to be built. That was quite an interesting overlap, I would say. Can I ask you to give your feedback?
So, Nicholas, you got my name. I represent Helmholtz in Brussels, and I had the pleasure to moderate the group on biotechnology. So we were a small round, fairly small round, but we had 2 research infrastructures and 1 broad technology infrastructure. And we were discussing at the beginning about the challenges that the area of biotechnology is facing. And in that case, for example, one example from the biomedical area is about long studies, for example, in epidemiology. They need a long perspective, long time, and also sometimes keeping anonymity from those studies is a challenge during the whole pipeline of the studies. One of our research infrastructures in the group mentioned about the lack of resources to deal with industry. Many research infrastructures, and I guess also technology infrastructures, they don't have the resources for that, for attracting industry, or for making, therefore, industry, or talking the same language as industry. Sustainability, for example, of nodes of research infrastructures was also mentioned as one of the challenges many of the infrastructures are facing, and because they mean there's no continuity in the long term. One colleague from a research infrastructure, but I think also that applies here to technology infrastructures, mentioned about knowledge asymmetry, that turning knowledge from fundamental science into integration through different steps you need to go through. That's really a challenge which is not easy yet to go through researchers. For example, researching fundamental research, they know nothing about how can they exploit their research. So that's something to keep in mind. And also, saying that we need to keep a long side perspective for infrastructures. But that was a sentence that came very, very often. So after talking about the challenges, what about the barriers for preventing those challenges to be solved? Colleagues here from the group of biotechnology, specifically in life sciences, they mentioned about, for example, the life sciences, you have here thousands of experiments taking place everywhere. Very similar ones. It's not, for example, like in particle physics, where you have a very big source of data that everybody and many people has access to. In this case, you have so many repositories here to have a look at, so many duplicated experiments that people also somehow help to the reproducibility. There's this critical mass on having so many small experiments or validation results is actually an issue in the valorization process. So if you don't have this connected experiments for proof the reproducibility is really effective. So sometimes research infrastructures or research infrastructures, also academia, it's updating their infrastructures in a very high pace. That means that, again, to validate results, it's not that easy, since every 2 years you have a new device you would like to use to test. So reproducing or validating the results others here made, it's really, really difficult. That's it. So how can research infrastructures or technology infrastructures help in lowering these barriers? One of the first comments from the group was learning from other countries. We have here the example, maybe not that easy to follow, from China, but they have a full pipeline for their funding agencies in China. They really have they look at the full pipeline from fundamental research to exploitation of results. So the culture is also quite different in that country, but for sure we can learn something from them. What I said before about research infrastructures, always wanted to have the really last devices, or updating very quickly the devices doesn't help in validating. So maybe finding the compromise between research infrastructures on using the top-notch devices and technology infrastructures, using devices that can have a long lifetime to validate results, could be some kind of compromise. And one thing here to lowering those barriers could be in trying to commit the countries, the European countries, in following more translational research. So for that, it was not clear from the group how that can be managed or reached, but that was one comment. One very big comment on how to lower those barriers was about training. So training the next generation involved in the science process. So not only researchers that they are working in fundamental or transnational research, but also in management, colleagues working at funding agencies need to know about that fundamental research needs to be translated at some point. So also the dimension of science policy, science advice to policymakers. It's okay that it comes from big researchers working in fundamental research, but also having advisors from the next parts, the next points of the pipeline, of the research pipeline, would be something very useful. So we also we're talking about the investment, and we also we said about not 10 million euro, but maybe 100 million. And one example was consolidating human resources. That's something which is really expensive in every infrastructure. But giving the colleagues a long-term perspective, for them for the knowledge to stay, that will be something that could help very much in growing with all the research, all the infrastructures. Also, training needs investment, and as I said before, one colleague I mentioned for one research infrastructures, for research funders, for them to see the whole pipeline of knowledge valorization. Another colleague in the group here mentioned also sales training to better pitch ideas from fundamental research would be something very useful as a dimension for training. So the last idea about leveraging 100 million euro for RIs would be helping them or supporting or helping them in support development plans, from going from helping researchers to going from fundamental research to translational research that could help them from the very first beginning on valorizing research. So that was the main points in the biotechnology.
Thank you very much. It's pretty much for me to, of course, summarize, but what I see an emerging pattern of that human capacities, human capabilities, and the training for that's got to be a real strong priority. What also struck me was the importance of information sharing and trying to set up systematic ways in sharing the information. It also was already discussed within one of the other groups to be a priority, so that might be an important one. Please.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is José, and I had the pleasure to moderate, tease, and wrap up the many ideas that this great group of experts on the energy sector brought. So to the first question on the most important challenges that Europe is facing within this team, I would say that we are the group that needs to have the fastest answers. We discussed that after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, it became clear that we need to accelerate our energy independency based on low carbon technologies. And the signal was clearly given by the European Commission with REPowerEU. The fact is that over the years, the technological developments associated with renewables and with other technologies that are necessary to cope in a system that has this variability has not been made in Europe. And so we need to develop this technology, flexibility from demand, storage, but there is a certain limitation within Europe because the majority of this technology comes from abroad. So we are not leading, Europe is not leading, both in R&D and industrial level. And one of the questions that was, let's say, discussed thoroughly was how can we keep the talent that is capable to support the development of these solutions. And this is not only for the specific solution itself, but for the whole value chain. At the same time, in a moment where we see some large companies being installed in Europe, we know that we have some difficulties to convince them because on the one hand, we lack this talent that is capable to support. And on the other hand, we know that energy prices are higher than in other countries that still support electricity generated on fossil fuels. So how can we attract these companies if the overall condition of Europe that is clearly betting on this decarbonization is not that interesting from the economical perspective? Also, we have a lot of industry, both for solutions and for end use. The automotive industry is one of the cases, but I would say that the companies that develop solutions, we need to reskill the people that were working for that. How can we do this? How can we tackle this challenge? And at the same time, another issue is with the velocity that we need to make these developments and with these hypes that we have, everyone discussed, first it was the batteries, then it's the hydrogen, is the hydrogen solution or not? How can we follow these hypes in an efficient way, as opposed to just simply throw money on top of some of the technologies that may in fact not work? So these are the most important challenges that the group identified. What are the barriers? To begin, our perception is that Europe is having difficulties to keep pace. There is a lot of fragmentation, there is a lack of skilled personnel, and there is also a lack of industrial capacity in the sector. We also believe that perhaps the European Commission could listen a little bit more some of the expertise coming from research and technological infrastructure in some of their higher TRL support programs. As we believe that often they are not adequate. Of course, we should also be able to convince the political decision. We seem to have some lack of support, financial support in emerging technologies, as opposed, for example, to the US. Where they support this research even lower TRLs, because in fact we know that there is a lot of uncertainty associated with these technologies. Another barrier is how can we finance low-cost green research infrastructure, as many of them are highly energy intensive. We heard a lot about supercomputing, for example, is a very good example. of a research infrastructure that can be important. So here energy appears as some transversal aspect, not only in the production of solutions for the energy sector, but also to be able to support other infrastructures that are highly intensive from the energy point of view. How can research infrastructures and technological infrastructures help to lower the barriers? Skilling people. There are some ideas creating education hubs in these technological infrastructures. We also believe that we should implement true mobility between research infrastructures to avoid replication. One of the things that we have a very good example of ESFRI, but we know that it is not representative of all these infrastructures. And all of us that work in many of these domains, we all know infrastructures that repeat the same capacity. And it becomes obvious that this fragmentation and this regional positioning of the research infrastructures is not the right way to move on. So we should try to promote this mobility, because at the same time, it will increase something that is valued by younger generations, that is mobility. The capacity to make this new experiment, to be in a different place with different people developing different work. So we really think this is a measure that research infrastructures will provide. Also, this to support the creation of added value technology. So by no means we will be able to compete in volume or in cheap technology. Solar panels, batteries, everything on that direction is clearly a wrong strategy. We should focus on what we call the green value chain. So we should extend to the whole ecosystem, trying not to produce cheap products, but products that benefit from the added value of integrating these multidisciplinarities, such as carbon footprint or circularity principles that have been discussed here in other groups. Trying to create some lighthouse on this technology infrastructure. We were discussing the example of CERN. So to try to create a network of highly specialized technological infrastructure that avoids spending money, as I mentioned before, but where people and from research and also from industry can very easily access and to take the best of that capacity. Then the 10 million euro question. We reinforce an idea that was discussed in the panel before. So this research infrastructure should not be for free, but we will definitely use some of the money to co-fund some R&D projects that would make the access to this infrastructure cheaper for companies. We believe this is a very important measure. Also, to create an innovation fund to support startups. Many models could be used, but focusing on supporting very good projects that would very quickly go to the market, because, as I mentioned before, we have this problem of the speed that is involved. Funding companies to access these infrastructures is also an idea. Make as a criteria, the idea that the projects that are being supported there are scalable and replicable all over Europe. So not something for one specific state member, but something that can be extended. Also supports education projects between these infrastructures and industry, and eventually support investment in more responsible and sustainable products by evaluating the carbon footprint.
Thank you. So here human capital is again very important, but also very much collaboration, European collaboration. And I think that's important also for this group here. And if I may uplift it a little bit further with all the rapporteurs, I think that human capital, that's something that we should address within the RITIFI project more, trying to explore that a little bit more, how you can do that. Because it's not only the human capital for the actual science, it's also human capital creating skills to connect to industry and how you can organize that. And it is also about orchestrating these kind of collaborations. So that's, I think, and I'm sorry I didn't address all your issues, of course. That's a very important, these are very important elements that came out of the groups. I'm sure that we will take all the notes from all the rapporteurs to further create a kind of a rapportage and a more detailed rapportage of that. So now I come to the wrap up of the whole day. I think in the morning we had it was very interesting to hear from the Commission what is going on with the research infrastructures, how important valorization is, and them wanting to emphasize that more. And after that, we have heard some examples from ESFRI, how these research infrastructures are organized, but also that valorization is still a challenge. We already learned some elements that we could tackle, like all the suggestions that Sophie gave. And in the afternoon, we explored it a little bit further. And I think these kind of issues that you just brought up are, for us, a very good further starting point, but even a foundation for the further development of our project. So for us, for the RITIFI project, this is the starting point. I think it was great to have you here all, and we want to repeat it. So the events, yes, we want to repeat it another time, to just share with you our findings up to then, and then ask your opinion, ask your feedback on those issues that we identified and the outcomes until now, so we can further develop them, so it can later on be finalized in an advice to the Commission. So I would like to thank you very much for being here, and we are looking forward to seeing you here again. And perhaps